Live from Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas, CSN Houston brings you Houston Astros baseball. Tonight, the Astros and the Cleveland Indians wrap up their season series. Cleveland has won 2 of 3 in this 4-game set so far. Good evening, everybody. On a rainy night in Houston, Bill Brown and Alan Ashby. Layla Rahimi joins us in just a few minutes to talk about the Astros and the Indians. The last 2 nights, it's been a strikeout fest for the Tribe.
Some great pitching, Brownie, no doubt, from the Tribe. They look really good on the mound as starters. Corey Kluber, one of the best in the American League this year, 4th in the league in ERA. 14 strikeouts for Kluber in that game. He showed what he's been all about this year. Tremendous assortment, spots it very well, great-looking competitor, and the Astros bats seem to have no answer at all for Kluber. And then last night, Carlos Carrasco went to the mound. This is a guy that we didn't know as much about, but over the last 8 starts, Carrasco has been dynamite, and we got a glimpse as to why. Fastball up to 98 miles an hour. He was spotting it well, keeping it in the strike zone. Great splitter to go with it. A strikeout splitter, 12 strikeouts for Carrasco, and a great night matching Sandy Koufax. Only pitchers ever to have 98 pitches or less and 12 strikeouts in a ball game.
That is impressive. The Astros starting pitchers, though, have also blazed a nice trail here in the month of September. The club has a winning record, has not hit all that well, so the starters have shared the load, and they've done quite well.
And they have 7-4 in that span, despite the lack of hitting. .213 the batting average against, second best in the major leagues in that span, holding the walks down, strikeouts, not among the very best, but it's not a strikeout staff, but they have been really good. The .232 ERA gives you the idea.
And tonight it's Scott Feldman, and he was good last time out against the Angels, except against Mike Trout.
He's been on a run, 5 consecutive good starts now. Scott Feldman starting to look like that guy that really was the opening day starter for the ball club. He is consistently in the strike zone. He's had a shutout in that 5-game span, so that a complete game. He's going deep into ball games. Breaking stuff has been fantastic, and he gave the Angels fits that last time out.
Coming up down the stretch, the Astros have already exceeded expectations on almost every level, but there are still plenty of questions in need of answering before the season ends. Who needs to step up down the season's final stretch? Layla Rahimi talks about it when we come back.
we get you ready for the fourth and final game of this series between the Astros and the Indians at Minute Maid Park. Leila Rahimi joining you in for Julia Morales this final game of the series. And the Astros have struggled offensively against the Indians last night with just 2 hits in the entire game, both of those coming from Jose Altuve. But they don't need production out of just Altuve. They're looking for it out of their entire team. Corner infielders also a part of that. Matt Dominguez and John Singleton. Dominguez riding an 0 for 17 streak, batting .217, while Singleton 0 for 16, batting .172. We take a look at the numbers and where those rank as far as the major leagues. 30th out of the first base spot in average, third base 29th. And unfortunately, as you can see, toward the bottom of the major leagues in all of the categories. However, I asked Tom Lawless, the interim manager, about the offensive production just before the game today. And he mentioned the fact that part of it is knowing you have to belong. He mentioned John Singleton in his youth, and he said he needs to know that he belongs up here. He has the talent. Both of them know it's about production and learning. And fortunately for Singleton, today is his 23rd birthday. And Lawless said he's got at least 3 or 4 years before he hits his prime. Don't we know it? By the way, happy birthday to John Singleton. Stay with us here on Astros Baseball. It's been a struggle at the plate against some filthy Cleveland pitching, so the Astros fight fire with fire, and Scott Feldman vies for win number 11. Can he tame the Tribe and kickstart the Astros toward the season's finish line? Brownie and Ash are next.
Jack in the Box. Right now at Jack in the Box, try Jack's Spicy Chicken Club Combo for just $4.99 plus tax. On this rainy day, and we have had a lot of rain throughout the Houston area, it's the Astros and the Indians. Great to have a roof tonight. It's the finale of this 4-game series. The final home series of the season starts tomorrow night. The Seattle Mariners will be here, another contending club. So the Astros continue their march through September against contenders. They are 8-6 in the month of September under the interim manager Tom Lawless. The Astros have achieved most of what they've done because of outstanding pitching. But in this series, their hitters have come up against some hot Cleveland pitching. And the Tribe has won the last 2 after the Astros took the opener of this series Monday night. Houston winning that one 3-1. Cleveland has bounced back to take a 4-2 game Tuesday night and a 2-0 gem by Carrasco last night. Here's the starting lineup now for Terry Francona. And the Cleveland Indians will go with Houston native center fielder Michael Bourne leading it off. Jose Ramirez is the shortstop. Batting third, having a very fine season, is left fielder Michael Brantley. The cleanup man is first sacker Carlos Santana. He's followed by second baseman Jason Kipnis. catcher Yan Gomes, DH David Murphy, third baseman Lonnie Chisenhall, and right fielder J.B. Shuck.
On the mound for the Astros tonight, 31-year-old Scott Feldman, and he's been really good last 5 starts in particular, 8-11 on the year, and a good ERA under that 4 mark at 3.95, 2-2 lifetime against these Cleveland Indians.
As he takes the mound, he has pitched well the last 2 times out, but has not had a whole lot of run support. He got a no decision at Oakland despite a quality start, 8 1/3 innings, 2 earned runs. Last time out, losing at Anaheim to the Angels 5-2, giving up 2 runs in 6 innings. And now it's Michael Bourn to get things started. Bourn slumping on this Cleveland road trip with 4 hits and 24 at bats. He's 2 for 13 in this series. First pitch, strike 1. Carapazza is the home plate umpire. Bourn with a .261 average has 3 homers, 26 runs batted in. Left hamstring has been an issue for him this season. The curve comes in to make it 0-2 to Michael Bourn. Feldman with 5 consecutive quality starts going through the month of September with good stuff. That one's tapped foul. The Indians are 7th in runs scored in the American League with 634. They are 2-4 on their current 10-game road trip. They'll go on to play Minnesota next, and then we'll meet Kansas City at home starting Monday. Big series coming up for the Tribe. Fly ball out to center field. Dexter Fowler moving back. 1 out for Feldman.
Defensively for the Astros this evening, in the outfield left to right, Robbie Grossman, Dexter Fowler, and Jake Marisnick. On the infield left side, Matt Dominguez and Gregorio Petit. On the right, it's Jose Altuve and John Singleton. Behind the plate tonight, Jason Castro.
New baseball will be thrown out to Scott Feldman. He wants that ball exchanged before facing Jose Ramirez. The switch hitting shortstop with a .246 average. Hitless in this series, 0 for 10. Bouncer by the mound. Altuve in front of it. And the throw bounces over to Singleton, but gets it. And hands on hips. Ramirez is looking back at the call by the first base umpire, Larry Vanover, and Terry Francona is coming out.
I wouldn't be overly surprised if Terry Francona gets the nod to go ahead and challenge this one. Very close at first base. Altuve on the run, didn't get a lot on this throw. And it came out low, obviously, but yeah, he's safe at first base, and that was my feeling in watching the play to the naked eye. I think the Indians will net themselves a 1-out single here.
It would certainly appear that way. Ramirez seems stunned by the out call from Larry Vanover. Now Vanover puts on the headphones. He will communicate with Major League Baseball headquarters in New York. And Ramirez is staying right there at first base. Yeah, it looked as if as Altuve was moving to his right and then he gathered the ball in, he just didn't make the clean transfer to bare hand, and as you indicated, Ash did not have a great grip on that baseball for the throw.
Possible that just simply immediately planting the right foot and making a good strong throw might have been the better option. There's your 1-out single.
So upon review, it's overruled, and Ramirez is ruled safe with an infield hit. Tom Lawless watching as Feldman goes to work now in a potential double play ball situation on Michael Brantley.
You can see some of the disgust there displayed by Jose Altuve, and I think he probably immediately feels that there was a better way to play that.
And now we're getting the ruling of error on the play.
What?
So we'll confirm that before moving on.
That's not possible.
The scoreboard has not reflected anything yet. It's an E4 that's been announced here in the press box by the official scorer.
It was a clean exchange between second baseman and first baseman. You can't rule that.
Strike to Brantley, a .322 hitter with 19 homers, 94 runs batted in for the All-Star Michael Brantley. Well, it goes up on the board as an error, which is Altuve's 11th of the year. Probably because the throw bounced. Brantley's had a good series, going 5 for 12.
So I guess we're now enabling the scorekeeper to determine if the throw had not bounced, instead been thrown through the air straight, that it would have been an out at first base. I think that will likely be changed.
How does the process work now? The player's agent puts in an appeal to change the call.
That's why agents are always on their phones these days.
Okay. Hunter takes off. Bouncer up the middle, right there at the base for the force out, and then the double play. Gregorio Petit had to get the footwork right, and he did, to get Ramirez and then take it over to double up Bradley. 6-3. No runs, no hits, one error, nobody left. No score for Cleveland. Up, and here's the lineup for Tom Lawless, brought to you by Jack in the Box. Leading it off is Robbie Grossman. He's in left field with Jose Altuve at second base. Dexter Fowler's in center. The DH Chris Carter's the cleanup man, followed by catcher Jason Castro, right fielder Jake Marisnick, first baseman John Singleton, who, as Layla told us, is 23 years old today. Matt Dominguez at third base, Gregorio Petit at shortstop.
On the mound for the Indians, 24-year-old right-hander Danny Salazar, electric stuff. And yet a 6-7 mark, 4.22 ERA, and he's allowed more hits than innings pitched. He'll walk a few along the way, but you can also see the strikeouts, more than one per inning, and that usually gives you a pretty good idea about the type of stuff a guy has.
Well, the Astros got to see that stuff in Cleveland. August 23rd, Salazar pitched well, got a no decision, 6 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned. Walking 2 and fanning 7. Here's Grossman to get it started for Houston. Bobby takes, and that's a rocket-powered fastball for strike 1 on the inside edge. Well, we have seen some outstanding arms from these Indian starters.
Light them up here in the last 3.
Grossman at 220, has a 325 on base average. Salazar, 24 years old, from Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic. 97-mile-per-hour heat. Makes it a 1-ball, 1-strike count. This Cleveland staff, 7th in ERA in the American League, 3.62. That's somewhat deceptive because lately, since the All-Star break, it's been much, much better. That comes in at 95, and we've seen for 3 nights in a row now, Indian starters in the mid to high 90s on their fastballs. Ash,
hate to be that kid coming to the big leagues and facing these 3 guys back to back to back and wondering, is this what I'm in for?
That's pull, and the first baseman right there, Santana. 1 out for Salazar. Salazar making his 19th start of the year. Second half in 10 starts, he's 5-3 with a 3.30 ERA. Now Jose Altuve, 213 hits, A .344 batting average, 11 points higher than the number 2 man in the American League batting race, Victor Martinez. 7 homers, 54 runs batted in for Altuve, and 7 straight multi-hit games for Altuve. Up the middle. Here's the play over to first. High Kipnis. Oh, when Altuve hits the ball up the middle, it's always promising, but that turns out to be out number 2.
Defensively for the Indians tonight. Outfield left to right, Michael Brantley, Michael Bourne, and J.B. Shuck. On the infield left side, Lonnie Chisenhall and Jose Ramirez. The youngster on the right, Jason Kipnis, you just saw him, Carlos Santana at first, and Yan Gomes throws very well behind the plate.
Dexter Fowler comes up. Fowler trying to snap an 0 for 13. He is 0 for 12 in this series against the hard-throwing Tribe Hurlers. Ball 1 to Fowler, 266, 8 homers, 33 runs batted in, 365 on-base percentage. Now, these Indians pitchers have held Astros hitters to a 184 average in 6 games. Well, not only is he throwing hard, but he's dotting that inside corner at 95, Ash.
Just good-looking stuff. And again, 3 consecutive nights where you're looking at well above average major league stuff with great command.
2-1. Salazar came out of the gate in an awful fashion this year. His first 4 starts, he was 0-3 with a 7.85 ERA. Turned it around since then. Grounded foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, just having this opportunity to watch the Indians, and this is the 4th game of this series, and then 3 games earlier in August in Cleveland. One has to be impressed by what Terry Francona has on the mound, and a lot of young pitchers under club control for years to come, not making a whole lot of money. Good future. 3-2.
Fortunate to take that pitch and get away with it. Danny Salazar is not one of those guys who would generally, at least based on his body size, get a lot of attention from scouts. Just 6 feet, listed at 190. But big arms don't always come with big bodies.
Well, he's a homegrown product, signed as a free agent in 06. Last year he spent time at AA, AAA, and the big leagues. Made 10 major league starts, going 2-3 with a 3.12 ERA. And he struck out 65 in 52 major league innings. Then he pitched the wild card playoff game and lost that one for Cleveland. Foul back, but nonetheless the fact that he would be chosen for that assignment is impressive. Tampa Bay beat him. The Indians put on a big-time surge at the end of last season, winning their last 10 games. They won 21 in the month of September. They would need a similar miraculous finish to make the playoffs this year. They started the night 5 games back in the second wild card race. Oakland lost today again to the Texas Rangers, 7-2. So the slumping Oakland A's now have fallen into the number 2 wild card spot behind Kansas City. Then it's Seattle coming in here starting tomorrow night, 1.5 games back. Cleveland trailing by 4.5. Fowler works the 2-out walk.
Yeah, that Oakland club was the club to beat in not only the American League West for most of the year, but the entire league. They had the best record. Angels overtook them. And it seemed like at that point the A's just fell apart.
Now Chris Carter, 36 homers, ranking him 3rd in the majors. 85 runs batted in, a .235 average for Carter. 1 for 10 in this series. Infield is shifted around, playing him to pull. Right side of the infield wide open. And it's strike 1 on a foul tip. Ralph Dickinson, the assistant hitting coach, was talking about Carter and his improvement this year. There was a story about Chris that was pretty interesting about the fact that he's gotten the lower half of his body into play a little bit more, and Ralph confirmed that that is true this season for Chris. 1 ball, 1 strike. This seems to be a season for Chris in which he has realized what his strengths are, and he's utilized them so well here since the 1st of July.
What I see is a real soft approach and a quiet nature of the way he goes about batting practice and game time. That's just using nice hands right there with an easy approach, not jumping at a pitch. He's so strong to begin with. He can drive the ball out when he gets a pitch he can handle.
Early souvenir for those folks. Carter is 1 for 16 against Indians pitching this year. And the throw goes over to first on Fowler. Well, the Cleveland Indians will be making a return visit to Minute Maid Park to open the season next year on Monday, April 6th. It'll be game 1 of a 3-game series. Carter's down on strikes. That ends the 1st inning, and there's no score after 1.
For the second, it's that time of the night to talk Twitter question. That's right. There have been so many Astros milestones that have happened this year. Jose Altuve, obviously a huge year. But for our Twitter question, what's the next Astros milestone that you would like to see? It could be Altuve, whether or not it's his batting average title that he's going for. It could be Chris Carter, 40 home runs. Or maybe it's a team thing that you want to see with 70 wins on the season. Whatever it is, tweet me at HoChenCSN and explain yourself, because I'm reading the best tweets on TV. Guys.
Thanks, Howard. We go to inning number 2 in a scoreless game. Carlos Santana is in the box, ready to get it started against Scott Feldman, and the Astros have shifted around, playing him to pull. Feldman gets out in front with strike 1 to a .235 hitting Santana with 27 homers, 81 runs batted in. That's the Astros defensive look against him. He's a switch hitter. Curve bounces and the count is evened at 1-1 to the selective Santana, who has walked 103 times this year. 3 hits, including a double, and 2 runs batted in for Santana in this series. He is second in the majors in walks the last 3 years combined. It's not just an aberration what he's done this year, and reaching base. 1-2 to Santana. Santana actually started out as the third baseman, but then Lonnie Chisenhall reclaimed his position at third, and Santana shifted over to first base. He's a former catcher. Out to left center field. Fowler sprinting back toward the bullpen fence, and he gets there early. Around number 1. He got a good read on it and ran to that exact spot where he stuck up his ball and his glove, and the ball went into it.
Yeah, it's shaded that way to begin with. Santana drives it pretty well, but already playing that way, and a good jump to begin with. Fairly easy in the end for Dexter.
Jason Kipnis was a center fielder in college at Arizona State. 243, 6 homers, 41 runs batted in. Converted to second base by the Tribe. 2 hits in this series for Kipnis. Strike one to Kipnis, who was an all-star last year, had big numbers. This season he has struggled. He signed a multi-year contract extension earlier this year. It's a 1-1 count. Indians are averaging 4.2 runs per game, right in the middle of the pack in the American League. Nick Swisher has been out much of the year. It's 2-1. Yan Gomes is on deck. Kipnis has had some downtime with a strained right oblique. He missed about a month. That's fouled away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Indians, even though they've had a good second half, have only gone 8-9 in the month of September, so their pace has slowed, and that has meant that they've slipped back in that wild card race.
Kind of hard to believe with the great starting pitching they're getting, but like so many teams, struggling for runs.
You're right, they've got company. That's a strikeout looking. Feldman's first of the night.
Not sure what fooled Kipnis on this one. A high strike called, but he seemed to know it was a strike. Like just a changeup thrown through there.
Kipnis is out number 2 now. It's Yan Gomes taking over. Gomes, a 27-year-old catcher, has had a fine season. He's had back-to-back 2-hit games in this series. 288, 19 homers, 66 runs batted in. 4 for 12 in the series, including a homer and a triple for the native of Sao Paulo, Brazil, who went to the University of Tennessee. Gomes last night drove in both runs in Cleveland's 2-0 win, and he caught a shutout. What kind of a night is that for a catcher, Ash?
Number one, you want to bring home the W. When you can help your pitcher do a shutout, all the more.
Fowler over. 3 straight retired here by Feldman, and it's 0-0 in the second. And just 3 home games remain after this one for the Astros. They'll be on the road the final week of the season. 3 games in Arlington. And Tim Bolgar's Rangers have swept that series from Oakland, so they're showing some life lately. Astros getting set to pack those bags and head on out after the Sunday finale here with the Seattle Mariners.
I hope that club plays well for Bogey. Not for 3 games coming up when the Astros come into town, but I'd love to see Bogart get a chance to manage on the big league level.
Very deserving. Jason Castro leads it off here in a 0-0 game in the home second inning with a .226 average, 14 homers, 54 runs batted in. A couple of hits in this series, and they both went to left field. They had some good swings in that first game of the series Monday night. They had a single and a double, both to left.
He looks really natural to me when he goes that way, and he drives the ball well.
Last year he did that any number of times in this ballpark to great effect.
Well, he can take advantage of the Crawford boxes at any time.
No balls and 2 strikes. The official scorer is making an announcement. I believe he is changing that call in the first inning, which was ruled an error on Altuve to a hit for Ramirez, but we'll confirm that for you.
That was inevitable.
Foul by Castro. He keeps himself alive at 0-2. The line on Danny Salazar is that he's lately showing the Indians that he possesses the potential to become a #1 major league starter. He threw an 8-hit shutout against Detroit September 3rd with no walks and 9 strikeouts. That's impressive against that lineup.
Well, if he pitches Game 3 next year, he ought to feel real good about things. He's got a couple of ace-type pitchers in front of him, certainly in Kluber.
Roscoe was dynamite last night. Been a tough bit of sledding for the Astros hitters. That strike 3 call, especially in the strikeout department against this Cleveland staff.
Jason's been called out a lot of times this year on that pitch away at or near the outside corner. In this case, I think he had a beat. A little backdoor cutter attempt. It didn't get there.
That's 31 strikeouts. The last 2 games of this series and the first inning and a third of this one for Astros hitters. Jake Marisnick follows. Jake was quite a high school talent in football as a wide receiver. There's strike 1. 259 for Jake. 1 homer, 11 runs batted in.
You know, I could see that. He's a big, strong kid, and I could imagine him having his way as a receiver, but I'd like to see him have his way with the bat.
Well, he bunts, and that's one way to get on. And the way these Cleveland pitchers have been throwing, why not if you can execute like that?
Look, he can run. And there's a lot that Jake Marisnick could take advantage of offensively. Been watching him with his batting practice recently. A little more vicious with his attack. And that kind of goes against what we've said with Chris Carter. But I think it's necessary for Jake to kind of expand the horizons a bit.
Salazar has been tough on the base stealers. They have not even attempted a steal in his last 11 starts. Singleton with his 23rd birthday today, trying to come through. Ball 1 to John, who's really been in the doldrums against right-handed pitching. He was born in '91. Rick Pitino in '52 on this date.
Don't you dare forget about Didi Ramon.
Oh, could we?
Fred Willard, one of the greats of all time.
Who's Didi Ramon?
I don't know.
Strike to Singleton. 1 ball, 1 strike. Singleton is hitting .145 against right-handed pitching. He's 0 for his last 20 against right-handed pitchers with 15 strikeouts.
It's been a rough go. It's learning time, and he's had a chance to have Barry Bonds tutor him and probably far more people than he would like. It gets jumbled. They talk about cooks in the kitchen, and start putting 2 or more in that kitchen. Well, we have TV shows that can verify that. But yeah, for John, I just think it's information overload at times.
Now looking for a 2-strike hit. He is 0 for his last 16 overall. And another punch out. That's number 3 of the night for Salazar.
The big thing for John is, at least from my perspective, is the number of fastballs thrown by him when he gets his swing. When it's up and away, he's kind of short to the ball, and we've seen him hit home runs the other way. But when he takes that typical power stroke of his, he's under the baseball.
Matt Dominguez is coming up. He is 0 for his last 17. Runner takes off, and he fouls it on the ground. Strike 1. Resnick set sail on that pitch, but it was a ground ball foul.
Just for clarification for a lot of folks, with 2 outs, that's not a hit and run. This is just Matty D swinging when Marisnick is on the move. But I'll say this. Were it less than 2 outs and you could say maybe that was the hit and run, it'd be a great idea with Matt Dominguez. I think he's got to start loosening up that swing once again, letting it fly.
It's been rough sledding for several of the Astros hitters here in the month of September. 67 wins for the Astros, 85 losses. They'll have 9 games remaining after tonight. Dominguez fouls it back. It's 0-2. We want to congratulate Alex Trevino, good friend of ours, broadcasting next door in Spanish language Astros radio. He was inducted into the Houston Baseball Media Wall of Honor tonight in a pregame ceremony here at Minute Maid Park. Special time for Alex and his family on the field with Reed Ryan, Astros President of Business Operations.
That is one beautiful family. Plaque's not bad either.
He's in his 19th season in the broadcast booth. He joined the club in '96. Longtime Major League catcher. Domingo strikes out, and Salazar has struck out the side to give him 4 for the night. It's scoreless after a couple.
Now time for you to tweet your photo using hashtag CSNHFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast. It is brought to you by AT&T. I spoke to Astros catcher Jason Castro before the game about his rapport with Scott Feldman and how Feldman has seemingly got better as this season has gone on. He's averaged over 7 innings per start in his last 8. And Castro said it's one thing for anyone to get better as the year goes on, but at his age, they always joke about his gray beard, guys. It is impressive, and he said, we trust each other, too, as catcher and pitcher. I know how he's going to call a game. We go over scouting reports, and he said the biggest thing about Feldman is he sticks to it. He establishes what he does early, and we have a great rhythm. And I think, Brownie and Ash, you can see that as the game goes along.
Talking about two people who really prepare for a major league game. Absolutely, Layla. Thank you. David Murphy taking ball 1.
How about that preparation of Leila Rahimi?
Oh, it's Absolutely intense, isn't it? By the way, this is the final game. Layla will be working with us this season, and we've really enjoyed having her aboard for several series this year. Bart Ennis had filled in the previous series, well, a couple of games this series, in fact. Julia returns tomorrow night, and she'll finish out the season.
Guys, it's been a lot of fun. I would like to say thanks. And to the fans who always ask me where Julia Morales is, I'm sorry. If I'm here, that usually means she's not.
But you always do a good job, and we've enjoyed it again this year, Layla. There's a liner out to center field. Fowler will have to go back on this one. Looks like extra bases for Murphy. Here's Fowler throwing in towards second. Murphy checking in with a stand-up double.
Looked like a changeup left up. Much like the pitch that got Kipnis looking, Murphy wasn't going to let it pass. Yeah, tough to tell what that selection was, but up in the strike zone.
Third double for Murphy. Hit number 2 for the Tribe. Lonnie Chisenhall comes up next. He fouls it back. There's strike one. Now the number 1 assignment of a hitter in this type situation is to get the runner to third. 284, 13 homers, 58 runs batted in, a 344 on base average for Chisenhall. Certainly nothing wrong if he gets a hit. So, you know, if you've been around baseball for a long time, you're thinking if you're a left-handed hitter here about what? Pulling the ball on the ground, hitting the ball up the middle. How do you go about that?
Yeah, it's kind of the standard. And you take a round of batting practice where you're told, okay, this is where there's the man on second, less than 2 outs, or rather nobody out, and you're trying to get him over. And that is usually the accepted, although you'd like to bust the ball over on that side. I played for Frank Robinson, who said, look, I don't want you just hitting little weak ground balls to move the man. I want you to try to drive that run in, and if you fail in that endeavor, then move the man up. And so that was kind of always that approach that I felt was the best way. But that one works, the little ground ball.
Now it's J.B. Shuck batting, and the number 9 hitter with a 144 average. Finds the infielders in tight. He is 0 for 2 in this series. 2 homers, 9 runs batted in. To the man drafted by the Astros in 08 in the 6th round from Ohio State. Then he moved along to the Angels. Had a very good year for them last year. And was let go and joined this Cleveland club. Taking ball 1. But there are other people, Ash, who would say, well, the number 8 hitter comes up with a runner at second, nobody out. So if he grounds the runner over to third, as he did, now you're asking the number 9 guy to drive in this run.
Know your 9 hitter. And in this case, J.B. Shuck is qualified. And we saw him with the Angels fill a very nice role. Yeah. And you've seen him here in Houston. But you do need to know who's behind you. And a lot of times your manager, while you're waiting on deck, will notify you, hey, I want you to be the one to drive in the run, or make sure you get him over.
Ground ball to short. The runner's not coming in. Petit takes care of it. 2 outs.
But I kind of feel in today's game, Brownie, like less and less hitters seem to have that mentality of, I am going to be the guy that drives in the runs. Now, you don't have to be that 3, 4, 5 guy in the order to take that mentality when you get the opportunities. But it seems that with offenses dwindling as they have been now in the last couple of years, it's harder to at least pick out that guy that has that mentality.
Well, that was a big early game situation, and Shuck couldn't get it done. Now 2 outs. Michael Bourne has a shot. It's ball 1 in the dirt. Bourne is 31 years old. He's a career .271 hitter. It's 1-1 to Michael. Michael leads all major league players in steals since '08, 290. He was traded to the Astros in the Brad Lidge deal with the Phillies. The Astros kept him for a while, and then he moved along 4 years later to Atlanta. He was traded, and Brad Oberholzer was a part of that package that came to Houston in return for Michael Bourne.
There's usually a kind of a list of guys that qualify as, well, we'd like to have this guy in our batting order: center fielder, shortstop, leadoff man, the guy that fills those roles. And Michael Bourne's been one of the very best in the business. I think Dexter Fowler was viewed that way, but he really hasn't been that stolen base guy anymore.
Bourne takes a walk, bring up Ramirez. First walk of the night for Feldman. Before the game, the Astros honored the West University seniors who won the Seniors World Series in Bangor, Maine. And there they are, the West U senior team, including Andrew Hoffman, son of Ken Hoffman, who works for the Houston Chronicle. Andrew's a senior at Lamar High School.
Slick fielder, power hitter, dominating pitcher. What is he?
I don't know, but probably he'd settle for all the above.
At that age, you can be.
High bouncer. There's Singleton looking home. He tosses to Feldman with 2 outs. Oh boy, that could have been a disaster, but they get the out at first. Singleton took a look home and almost wasted enough time that Murphy scored. But it's no runs, a hit, 2-man left, and no score here in the 3rd inning in Houston.
Fiestas Patria Street Fest, presented by United Airlines, on Saturday, September 20th, outside Minute Maid Park. Live music, food, and fun for all ages. The Street Fest is open to all fans and will be on Crawford Street beginning at 3 o'clock before the Astros and the Mariners play at 6:10. It looks like some people are getting started early, Brownie and Ash. Having a little too much fun out there.
Well, maybe you should go out and join them. They are having fun.
I was about to say, I don't want to be the fun patrol. That would kind of be...
Yeah.
That would ruin the idea.
Layla's the fun police.
I kind of am.
You can't have too much fun, can you?
Nah.
Sorry, you're having too much fun.
Gregorio Petit takes strike 1. He's done well in an Astros uniform, hitting .293, 2 homers, 9 runs batted in. 3 for 6 in this series for Gregorio. 3-game hitting streak for him. 2 hopper goes out to Ramirez. Back to the last play at the top of the inning. It looked as if Singleton might have forgotten the situation, but they did get the out at first base.
Yeah, make no mistake. John was looking toward home, and that tells you immediately that he lost sight of the scoreboard and how many outs there were. I think Scott Feldman said, give me the ball right now. Give it to me now. At least I really hope that's what happened.
You think maybe he was afraid when he fielded that ball that Feldman wouldn't get there to first base?
I can't see it that way. It looked like one of those scenarios where you forget the outs and you're thinking about trying to get an out at home plate. What also concerns me there was if he was thinking about getting an out at home plate, the only way you do that is by immediately firing. And there was that hesitation, and we've seen it numerous times.
Right. Robbie Grossman fouled off a bunt try for strike one. That one goes foul for an 0-2 count on Robbie. These two teams have split their 18 meetings at Minute Maid Park. Foul ball goes out of play. Jose Altuve is on deck. There are so many stats about Jose Altuve. He now has the second highest hit total by a Venezuelan player in a season in Major League history. Only Maglio Ordonez has more in a season by a Venezuelan. He had 216. Foul tip strikeout, and that's strikeout number 5.
Isn't it phenomenal that it's going to be a 4th consecutive year in the American League with a Venezuelan batting champ?
It really is. And how about hits by second baseman? 213 hits for Altuve so far. That ties Dustin Pedroia's 08 season. But 2 of those came as a pinch hitter for Pedroia, so not regarded as hits as a second baseman. And then you have to go back to 1975. Dave Cash had 213. So Altuve's tied with him. There's strike one. And further back than that, 1 year further back, 1974, Rod Carew had 218 hits as a second baseman. So that eats up a lot of time since anybody's been where Altuve is right now. Here's the one I like the most about him of all the stats that are on the Astros note sheets tonight. With 213 hits, there he sees 343 batting average. He's 10 points ahead of Victor Martinez. 213 hits, 43 doubles, and 53 steals. He's the first Major League player to reach those totals in one season since Ty Cobb in 1970.
Well, you start getting compared with Ty Cobb, and I remember the days with Jeff Bagwell, and you'd see the Babe Ruth numbers, and Biggio's had the same thing where you start breaking out some of these legendary names, and it really gives you pause. What's going on right now?
Big swing there, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes for Salazar.
The 2 strikes, Brownie, in this at bat. 97 on fastballs from Salazar. He is letting it fly. There is a little something extra with Altuve at the plate right now.
Well, you know that a pitcher has to be getting up for facing him. Taps that one foul to keep himself alive at 2-2. And of course, Altuve has done a marvelous job of hitting with 2 strikes in the count. He's hitting .288.
He is doing so much right when you can handle the fastball and then still handle the other pitches, and not just to hit a ground ball back to the mound, but for the hits that he comes up with.
Stays alive at 2-2. In September, Altuve came into this game a .414 hitter for the month. And Victor Martinez for September came into tonight hitting .383. Now that is a batting race with 2 guys who are sprinting to the finish line at the end of this marathon.
Yeah, neither guy has stepped to the side and asked for some water. They are just going after it.
Out to center field. for Michael Bourne. And it's 3 straight here in the third and 5 straight overall for Salazar, keeping the game scoreless through 3.
Tom Lawless, the skip, on quality starting pitching. He said, to be a good starting pitcher and compete night after night, you can't be afraid to throw the ball over the plate. And when you command 2 or 3 pitches and do that, you're going to be successful. And that's what our starting pitchers have been doing. And he's right. And it's been fun to watch. It's been one of the most pleasant aspects of this ball club this year, is watching how this starting staff has come together.
Scott Feldman was the first man up, beating the Yankees here opening night. Michael Brantley takes his pitch here for strike 1. Brantley bounced into a double play earlier. Feldman has not had a lot of run support in recent starts. He's 2-2 with a 2.19 ERA in his last 5. Altuve. It's a single.
With Josh Feldman on the mound, the curveball has been a huge aspect of things. In the month of September, the curveball has been at its best. You can see month by month with the graphs there. But the whiff percentage way up here in the month of September at 40%. Scott Feldman just keeps flipping that yacker, and he's had great success.
Carlos Santana looks at ball 1. Santana hit a fly ball to center earlier. Well, Feldman had a very good April, 2-1 with a 1.69 ERA. So this could be a bookend type of season for him to start and finish very well.
I didn't point out on that graph the great batting average against that pitch here in the month of September. He's found a way with that pitch. Colin McHugh, another member of the staff that's been so good with the curveball.
Rolled out to first base. Singleton there with a shift on. Over to Feldman. 2 outs. Yeah, McHugh has been dynamite here in September, hasn't he?
And when he's been healthy, I mean, it's been a really fun year to watch how this guy who came out of seemingly nowhere to be a huge part of this rotation, Dallas Keuchel. It's been really good stuff.
2 outs now, and it's Kipnis batting. Kipnis struck out looking in the second inning. Feldman has been especially tough his last 5 starts with runners in scoring position. And that's what happened in the third inning. Murphy started out in scoring position with his leadoff double and failed to score. Good strike 1. So they tried 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position in this game. That means It's been a 3-hit and 24 at bat situation. The last 5 starts plus this one against Feldman. With those hitters unable to capitalize when they get opportunities. It's 2-1 for Kipnis. In that Ranger game today, they roughed up the A's right-hander Sonny Gray to win it 7-2. And the Rangers have won 6 in a row now. Grounded, and Altuve spins and throws to Singleton with a marvelous play, tracking it far to his left. Altuve gobbled it up for out number 3. 3 ground ball outs in the inning to keep the game scoreless.
All the way back to yesterday when Orbit, who's so good at trolling everyone, was trying to sell mustache wax to the Indians. By the way, he had a really nice mustache going. And then, unfortunately, Mike Aviles may have gotten the last laugh there. Orbit having some fun. And I don't know, guys. I think he's pretty good about knowing how to get at least underneath their skin, or perhaps in this case on top of their facial hair. I don't know if he got his hat back or not, by the way. He seemed to have an extra today, though. No, he did get his hat back, and now we know.
0-0 game. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Fowler, Carter, and Castro due up for the Astros against Salazar. Just one bunt single through 3 for the Astros. There's strike 1 for Fowler.
Mascots, Brownie, are playing a larger and larger role in this game, aren't they?
Taking over. We saw that earlier, remember, when you guys, we were in Philadelphia, come to think of it. And we showed
That's
a lot of
right.
shots.
You were a part of that, weren't you?
I forgot, yeah. I was there, yeah. The Philly fanatic was cavorting all over that ballpark, Citizens Bank Park, and Julia hopped a ride on the Fanatics 4-wheeler, didn't she?
That was hilarious.
She definitely did. She got herself in some hot water with that one.
She got in trouble, Layla, when we arrived back home.
Orbit was not too happy about that. He and I chatted, and it took some consoling. And Howard, remember? Howard played Dr. Phil.
Yeah.
Wait a minute,
you and Orbit chatted?
That's what I was just going to bring up.
We thought Orbit didn't speak.
We've got a story now.
Orbit and I don't really have to speak to chat.
Oh, is it kind of like sign language, like baseball players giving signs?
Yes.
Okay.
Layla, you backed down to that one very nicely.
Or did I? Orbit tweets, though, guys.
Well, we've seen Orbit's tweeting. Line shot to left field. That's in for a hit. Well struck by Fowler, hit number 2 for the Astros, and that gives them a leadoff man.
Uh-oh, we're going to see some kind of strike right here.
Yeah.
You know what this is, don't you?
50 Cent.
50 Cent's famous left-handed pitch where I questioned whether or not he was a left-hander, and then Orbit was like, Bun B and Fat Joe, we're going to fix this. The Rapper's Guide to Throwing Out the First Pitch. And do you see the price at the bottom?
Yeah.
So Bun, in our interview, did mention, sporting his Craig Biggio jersey, that he wasn't going to do that, and he didn't. That's what he would call keeping it trill.
Oh, okay. There's Carter, the batter. He struck out earlier. Well, Ash often talks about keeping it trill.
Oh, I do. Yeah.
Ash really does.
It's
if you go by the definition.
Kind of a mandate for me.
But Layla, that first pitch that 50 Cent threw out, that wasn't worth a dime.
Well, you got that right. He did not bring all 50 cents to the hill. That's for sure.
I think it earned him more publicity, though, than if he had actually just thrown a strike.
In that category of all publicity is good publicity, maybe that's okay, but I don't know about that one.
I give him credit for trying something new.
1 ball, 1 strike.
I'd hate to do that and then declare I was trying.
Yeah.
Fair point.
Salazar in a 0-0 game. Well, how about this for a season series between these two? They just can't score against each other. The pitching's been so good. Cleveland has scored 14 runs in 6 games. Houston has scored 13 runs. Fowler has 9 steals in 13 attempts. Marisnick took off earlier. As we mentioned, that's been a rarity with Salazar on the mound lately, with no stolen base attempts in his last 11 starts. He had a 21-inning scoreless streak that ended September 8th. Ground ball goes foul. That's Pat Vistek. 1-2.
Pat seems to understand his limitations. Looked like he was going to go for that for a second and then kind of reevaluated.
Yeah. So the next time we see the Astros and the Indians will be opening day next year, Ash.
Man, you get out there in the future and dwell a little bit, don't you?
Well, think about it. Now, could you name the starting lineups for both of these clubs in 2015?
No, I don't think you could come close.
No.
We're maybe close with the Astros. I'd love to see that crystal ball right about now for the Astros.
Who's going to be managing the Astros?
Yeah, that's a great question. Dallas Keuchel's got to be the guy to run to the hill, doesn't he?
I would think so. But there's a lot to be decided.
Who's your shortstop? Who's your third baseman, first baseman? How does the outfield align?
You are full of questions. We have no answers.
Get me started, Brownie.
Well, just think about the possibilities. There's a myriad of possibilities, of course. And then who's going to sign free agents? Who will they be? What positions? Yeah, a whole lot will be happening between now and then. That's toward the right field line. It's looping foul, though. And Carter just stayed alive at 1 ball, 2 strikes. So what else is going on next year with the Astros schedule? They open with Cleveland. Giants, Rockies, D-backs, and Dodgers visit from the NL West. Yankees are here in late June. Red Sox in July. And the season concludes on the road at Seattle and Arizona.
You know where my disappointment lies?
No.
It is that the Astros will not go into Dodger Stadium. And that's such a treat for me, a LA kid, but I just think it's a fun, fun. It's a beautiful ballpark. A ballpark that's been around forever.
You just want to see Sandy Koufax again.
Well, that could work too.
Runner going, and it's fouled straight back.
Wouldn't mind seeing Tommy Davis.
The batting champ.
2-time.
Maury Wills. Jim Gilliam.
There were some magic names for me back in the day, and Duke Snider and Don Drysdale and Sandy Koufax, and I could go on and on. But that's what I always wind up hoping, that today's kids are coming up with their magic names right now as they watch the Astros.
Carter takes it. It's a ball, and it's 2-2 to Chris. He has had one of the biggest turnarounds that we can remember for a player midway through the season.
Different at bats. And it's not just a guy up there wailing away and coming up with the occasional home run. These are quality at bats.
He hammers this one on a line to left field. He's hit a few of those line drives to left fielders in this series. Chris not getting a whole lot of luck.
What you hope is that when things don't go your way, that you don't then start to tinker and change things. I'd stay right where I'm at if I'm Chris Carter.
That's a good point. Astro struck out looking back in the second inning. Well, the strikeout situation has gotten really bad for the Astros. For the season, they have 1,355. They will still fall well short of last year's team, which whiffed more than 1,500 times. But nonetheless, it hasn't been pretty to watch the last few games. And you allow for great power pitching by the Indians, giving them all due credit. But John Maley would love to see some hard contact tonight to get things going in a different direction.
There are those nights, but then there are the other nights when you'd like to see the strikeout numbers come down and stay away from the double-digit punch-outs that we see so often, and become an overall better-hitting ball club.
That's rocked to center field. Michael Bourne backing on it. Fowler will go back to tag at first on the long throw. Bourne will make it into second, and he will keep Fowler at first base. Now number 2.
Bring the whole family out for our last Family Sunday game presented by Kroger. That's this Sunday when the Astros host the Seattle Mariners. For tickets, call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit Astros.com. One more of those.
And King Felix, by the way, will not be pitching in this upcoming series in Houston.
Wow.
Tomorrow night, Brad Peacock and Taijuan Walker will oppose each other. Saturday night at 6:10, it's Dallas Keuchel and Chris Young. Sunday in that finale game, it's Colin McHugh and Hisashi Iwakuma. Jake Marisnick bunted for a hit in the second inning. This one gets by Gomes, and Fowler is wild pitched to second base. Third wild pitch of the year for Salazar. So now runner at second, 2 outs, giving Marisnick this RBI opportunity and a 1-0 count. Singleton's on deck. It's up for ball 2. We talk about these clubs and the changes they might undergo between now and the time that they meet. Opening day 2015. Looked over a list of the potential free agents. There are some good players who will be out there. Roller up the middle. Fowler heads for third. It goes on through into center. Fowler comes in to make it 1-0. Marisnick put the ball right over second base. It eluded the glove of Ramirez, and the Astros grab the lead. The 2-out RBI single. Marisnick drives in his 12th. Well, it looked as if Ramirez could have kept that ball in the infield, but he didn't.
Yeah, that was my opinion, and I was just thinking that when the Indians go back to the bench, infield coach, manager, somebody's going to have a conversation with Jose Ramirez. He's a talented young shortstop, no doubt. But if you knock this ball down, you prevent a run. And sometimes you have to give up the base hit, but make sure to knock the ball down. I thought that was the case.
Yeah, and then sometimes the player tells you, I thought I could make the play. Throw him out.
And you don't want to cut back on what a guy thinks he can do, a talented youngster. But Yeah, you hate if you're the Indians and their staff that you give up a run on that ground ball.
Marisnick has his lead at first. Singleton the batter. And the throw goes over on Jake.
Here's that ground ball. Can it be knocked down? Yeah, I thought so, and I still would feel that way. A lot of guys would not get to it, but knock it down, pick it up, and prevent a run.
From what we've been told, they're happy with Ramirez as their shortstop this year. But he's a very young player, so you're right. Kind of a teaching opportunity, perhaps, on a play like that. Have a good young prospect, Francisco Lindor, who's only about 19 or 20 years old at shortstop in the minors. Singleton looks at it, and it's ball one to John. Marisnick aboard for the 23-year-old Singleton. Dominguez is on deck. Runner going. Here's Gomes bouncing his throw, and that one gets on through. Marisnick will get to third base. Well, Ramirez that time did try to keep it on the infield, but the throw was so far off that not even a Ramirez dive could keep it there. So Marisnick advanced to third on the throwing error after stealing his 6th of the year.
Don Gomes has had a couple of throws get away from him here in the series. We've also seen him throw well, but he didn't make a clean exchange right there. Just a poor throw once you don't grip it well. But again, a glimpse at what Jake Marisnick can provide.
And the count's 1-1. Gomes made his second error. Foul back, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Interesting that even though other base runners on other teams facing Salazar have not been running on him, here with 2 outs in the inning, Marisnick did, and it was successful. That's Tom Lawless's philosophy. With the speedy guys, try to make something happen.
And I had this chat with the skip. It's not about putting steal signs on. It's about emphasizing the green light means be aggressive.
So that would come across maybe in a conversation with a Jake Marisnick and other base stealers. Hey, don't worry about numbers. If you get a chance, you get a good jump, go.
Yeah, I think so. And it's the belief, and it's a good one, that we've got some guys that can run here. Let's take advantage.
There's a strikeout, and that ends the Astros' 4th. That's punch out number 6 of this game. And through 4, the Astros have a 1-0 advantage.
Friday night home game is followed by spectacular fireworks presented by Marathon Oil Corporation. The last Friday night fireworks of 2014 is this Friday night after the Astros play the Seattle Mariners. Get tickets at 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com. Talking to Tom Lawless before the game this afternoon, and I asked him about the 98-pitch complete game 12 strikeout performance by Carlos Carrasco last night. And I asked him about his batters working the pitcher or if they weren't doing it enough. And guys, he said there's always two sides to that. You want to be aggressive because there's a very strong chance that in a 1-1 or a 2-2 count, you're swinging and then you're out anyway because of what he was able to do and what he was able to throw in his counts.
Yan Gomes the batter now. There is strike one. Yeah, there are two sides to that.
I'll give you one man's opinion here. The stuff of Carrasco last night I thought was so good, and the splitter so dominant that for me, if I were going to the plate against him, I'd try to get an early fastball and go after it.
Yeah, you're toast if you get a splitter with 2 strikes in the count, right?
Look that way.
Fly ball out to left field, Robbie Grossman. One down for Feldman. Scott with this 1-0 lead, now facing the guy who doubled off him in the third, Murphy, for one of the 2 Indians hits. Murphy's had some outstanding games over the years as a Ranger against the Astros. Strike one to Murphy, who joined the Indians as a free agent in November last year, signing a 2-year deal.
Like Colin McHugh, Scott Feldman has that ability with the curveball to throw at any count and get the called strike. Then you could see the effort after the curveball for a called strike. Fastball up was desired. That wasn't a miss with the fastball. Jason Castro had the glove up there.
Murphy puts one out to Altuve on the line. 2 outs. Now it's Chisenhall coming around again.
What do you want with a couple of strikes on a guy? You want to pitch close enough that you entice him to swing and get the poor swing. Murphy almost able to slice and dice one to the outfield there.
Good numbers for Scott Feldman, shooting for win number 9 of the season. And Chisenhall's the batter. He grounded out to second earlier. Monty, 26 years old, drafted in the first round in 08 by the Tribe. Strike one. He's from Morehead City, North Carolina. He has had 2 5-hit games this year. And in one of those, he became the first player since 1920 to go 5 for 5 with 3 homers and 9 runs batted in one game. June 9th against the Rangers. 9 runs batted in one game.
That's insane. He was vying for that batting race for a good long while. Not going to work out that way for Chisenhall, but he's had a solid season.
He hit only .225 last year for Cleveland. He was in the minor leagues part of the year. 1-2.
Well, we're diving in the aisles now.
Yeah. You've got to lose your feet every now and then to get a ball. Even if you're wearing shorts, you skin up your knees.
Quality effort.
Indians third baseman Buddy Bell, Greg Nettles. Who else comes to mind?
Oh boy. Now, I played with Buddy. Of course, Buddy came up as an outfielder and then became a third baseman.
Oh, okay.
He actually was a minor league infielder, but they needed him in the big leagues, and that's kind of what you did then. I don't know if you see it as often today, but find a way to get the guy in the batting order.
Slow bouncer to Singleton. Takes care of a 1-2-3 inning, and that's 7 straight set down by Feldman, with the Astros up 1-0 on Cleveland. Presented by AT&T Uverse TV. Find out what's possible with AT&T. Call 1-800-PIC-ATT. Mobilizing your world. 1-0 Astros here at Minute Maid Park. The Astros have 3 hits to the Indians 2. The Astros scoring on a Jake Marisnick single up the middle in the 4th inning. And the fans are being kept dry tonight. We have a lot of swollen bayous and creeks in the Houston area after torrential rain this morning. We go to inning number 6, but no such flood of hits for either team in this series. Scott Feldman has worked a 1-2-3 fifth. Now it's Matt Dominguez. He struck out back in the 2nd inning. Fouls this one back to strike 1. Domingo now with 2 hits in his last 33 at bats, trying for a late season push. Indians third baseman Max Alvis, Brooke Jacoby, Aaron Boone, Jim Thome, Bill Melton, Toby Harrah, Al Rosen. Fly ball to right field. Shot on the track.
Yeah, that's a good list. You could mention Al Rosen numerous times on that list.
Al Rosen, former Astros general manager. Did you ever have many dealings with Al?
He was the general manager for a period of time while I was here. I had the pleasure of playing some golf with him, and solid guy. Moved on to the Giants as their GM.
Gregorio Petit is the batter. He grounded out to shortstop. Glenn Davis told a pretty good story about Al Rosen working with him.
Yeah.
Well, as you know, because you were here, Glenn came up. He had been a big home run hitter in the minor leagues. And he started out hitting pretty well. And then you guys started messing with his head.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, now, isn't that a shame?
No, I'm kidding, but, you know, maybe it was, who knows? Some of his teammates said, hey, you need to take a pitch every now and then. And so he started taking pitches, and then he fell into a slump.
You know, it's an intriguing story because everybody has their style. And you start messing with a power hitter like Glenn Davis, who's had success, and saying, okay, let's now see if we can expand the on-base percentage. Let's see how we can work that. And all of a sudden what you may see, and I'm not saying that you will, but you may see a serious drop-off in that slugging percentage.
Yeah.
You get that aggressive approach that can work so well. You want that guy to drive in runs. Glenn was that guy.
Well, so then Glenn, when you were in San Diego, he got a message after a game to go meet Al Rosen in the Chargers football locker room. Fly ball to right center field. This could drop as a hit. Michael Bourne, though, is there. He closed on that ball very well. It wasn't his very best burst either. He just cruised over and got it for out number 2.
What were they going to do? A blocking sled drill?
Well, no, that just happened to be vacant at the time, but they wanted a private meeting with Glenn. So he's thinking, uh-oh. And Al Rosen, who was a very good power hitter himself, said, Glenn, I didn't bring you up here to take pitches. If you don't start swinging the bat, I'm going to send you back down to the minor leagues.
Take that.
Grossman with a shot into right center field. 2-out single for Robbie.
You know, that's such an intriguing story because that used to be the mentality. We wanted guys that wanted to drive in runs. And it shifted so much to this on-base percentage thing, which when you look at the overall in the American League at .316, something's not clicking.
Yep.
You can take all the pitches you want, but something's not clicking getting men on base. And for me, I'd lean toward this notion of I want some guys that want to drive in runs.
Jose Altuve is 0 for 2. His batting average has slipped 2 points during this game to .342. Detroit is off tonight. There's ball 1 to Altuve. So Victor Martinez is sitting on a .333 average with the off day for the Tigers. So there will be another batting champion from Venezuela. Whether it's Altuve or Martinez, nobody else can do it in the American League. And they will join what's getting to be a longer line of Venezuelan batting champs in recent years. It took a long time for it to happen. Altuve to right field, coming in for it, Shuck. Shuck is there to end the 5th inning with no runs ahead and a man left after 5. 1-0 Astros.
Of the game, and who better than the Cold Spring Oakhurst Junior ROTC? They presented the colors before the game. Lovely, bright and shiny smiling faces getting out of school. That's always nice too. I am joined by Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Lydia Corbin. What was it like being at the game and also being a part of the pregame festivities?
It was really awesome to be up there out on the field and presenting colors. It was just amazing.
What did you like the most about it? Because it's an interesting viewpoint being there as opposed to being here.
Well, for one thing, our back was to here, so they couldn't tell if we were messing up very well.
We have video evidence that says you guys did A-OK. We would like to say congrats, you guys, on being the progressive fans of the game, the Cold Spring Oakhurst Junior ROTC. Nice to see them out of school.
Good-looking group. Thanks, Layla. There they were. Good job before the game. Here down the left field line goes Robbie Grossman, leaping up against the wall. Good try by Grossman on the foul ball by J.B. Shuck.
I will always maintain that corner outfielders have the tougher job as opposed to a center fielder. Center fielder not dealing with walls very often other than the ball driven way back to the outfield wall, but those corner outfielders have to deal with these side walls, and I just think it's tough, it's dangerous, very challenging.
Witness that replay.
Robbie was going hard, and you don't know how close you're getting to that wall. Warning track doesn't really aid you all that much.
Upstairs to Shuck. 1-2. Yeah, that was a good illustration of your point.
Yeah, there are others who will say that center fielders have the tougher job. They've got to range, roam in both directions more. I'm not so sure I buy into even that portion of the story, but corner outfielders deal with the balls that are slicing and hooking much more than a center fielder does.
And that big hard scoreboard wall behind him.
Yep.
That can be an injury waiting to happen for an outfielder. Bounce to Altuve's left. Over to Singleton. 1 out.
Don't know what all the left fielders for the Astros, for example, might feel about this board in left field. But I think this one can be every bit as tough, and maybe more so than Fenway's Green Monster. It's if you went up hard against this metal scoreboard, you could just tear yourself to pieces.
You know, I hadn't thought about that, but you make a good point about the height of this scoreboard wall being quite different from the 37-foot green monster. Michael Bourne fouling it back because the left fielder doesn't sometimes know whether that ball will reach the seats or not. Has to be ready to play a carom, and sometimes he has to go to the wall and then back off the wall for that carom. But because of the lower wall here than Fenway, there's more uncertainty on some of those.
Jeff Blum had that piece earlier in the year with Tarek Brock, the outfield coach, in Fenway about the green monster and the talk about how it might compare with this wall in left field. This one's challenging. And because it's a little bit shorter, I think you have to, I'm not even sure how to put it in words. You've got to learn when to get back a little sooner here. Balls that get out are not going to be in play for you. Anyway, I think it's a real physically challenging scoreboard wall in left field.
Well, because unlike Fenway, this one juts out in left center.
That angle toward left center field nearing the 362 mark to me is maybe as tough an angle as there is in baseball.
There are going to be changes to this ballpark over the winter before next year. Reed Ryan announcing that recently. The whole club level is going to be redone here. Struck him out looking. Bourne is victimized by the strikeout pitch. Number 2 of the night for Feldman. He has 10 ground ball outs as well.
Hey, just stringing together an outstanding start once again. Bottom of the knees, maybe look up at the front. Does any of that ball catch the bottom of the knee? I would say yes. And hitters are right now being challenged to learn that new lower strike zone.
2 outs, and it's Jose Ramirez. He's 1 for 2. Ball 1 to Ramirez.
It's really been in the book all along. It just hasn't been called down there as consistently.
Asdrubal Cabrera was traded, of course, as you know, to Washington by Cleveland. He was in the final year of his contract. So the Indians installed Ramirez at shortstop, and they'll go with this 22-year-old player. 2 balls, 1 strike. Meanwhile, Cabrera is serving the Washington Nationals very well at second base. Bouncer past Feldman. It goes out to Altuve, who throws on to Singleton with a good play to make it a 1-2-3 6th inning. And that's 10 in a row retired by Feldman. 1-0 Astros.
With MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball. Get this award-winning app for your smartphone or tablet for the rest of the season for only $9.99. Visit the App Store or MLB.com today.
What do you recommend if your phone is not very smart?
Oh, your phone is very smart. Yeah, in my case, it's way smarter than the possessor, that's for sure.
Bottom of the 6th inning, 1-0 Astros. It's Fowler, Carter, and Castro due up. Fowler got things working for the Astros in the 4th inning. He led off that inning with a single to left. Took second on a wild pitch and came home on a 2-out single by Jake Marisnick. Dexter has been excellent, one of the best in reaching base when leading off innings. He got cheated on that swing, and it's strike one. He walked in the 1st inning, so 2 for 2 in reaching base. Ryan McTaggart of MLB.com reporting that Mark Appel threw a bullpen today at Minute Maid Park. Fly ball out to right field. J.B. Shuck waiting. 1 down. Let's take a look at Chris Carter and what's going on with him, Ash.
Well, you can see early on in the season through the 3rd of July, the numbers were not good, and 3 of the quadrants in the strike zone just awful, below the 200 mark, and we were all seeing it. It wasn't pretty for Chris, but he's turned it around since the 4th of July. Look at those numbers down in the strike zone, what he has done to turn things around. 412 on the pitch away. He's just simply a different looking hitter, and again, for me, just much quieter.
There it is.
Yep.
Line shot to center field. That's exactly the point you were making, and then he hammered that fastball. And he has that kind of power, not needing to pull it because he can hit rockets the other way.
Now, some people are still likely to say, well, I want to see Carter drive it out of the yard. But he's going to drive it out of the yard. He's just a much better hitter right now. The previous at bat, when he lined out to left field, he created a very good at bat. This could not be prettier. I don't care who you run up to the plate as a right-hand hitter on that pitch. That could not have been prettier with the right shoulder and head staying down through the baseball.
Jason Castro will try to advance him. He is struck out looking and fly to center. 5 hits for Houston. Low for ball 1 to Castro. Marisnick is on deck. Brian McTaggart reporting that Mark Appel threw a bullpen with special advisor Doug Brocail and pitching coach Brent Strom supervising today. Mark will go to the Florida Instructional League, then on to Arizona Fall League. But they wanted to clean things up, as they said, with his mechanics and work on some delivery issues. So Brent Strom was elated with what he saw from Mark Appel today.
Well, that's good. Much of the season didn't go the way Mark Appel or others in the organization wanted, but it appears the arm is still there, and that's really what's critical, I think, at this point.
Strom said we got some really good work done in terms of trying to time some things up. 2 balls and a strike. He said his fastball was extremely explosive. Good changeup. There's some work that needs to be done on the slider, which we did.
Well, you hope it translates. Not many hitters around right now to face if you're Mark Appel, but just keep gaining knowledge and listen to this guy. This guy is good.
Castro took that one well, and it's 3 balls and a strike. By that I mean he didn't really intend to swing at any point. You could tell that he saw the ball was not going to be in his hitting zone. Sometimes a guy will start that swing and then find he can't check it, so he winds up with a strike on it.
You know, Brownie, what the life of a pitching coach is like. You're out early, you've got guys in the bullpen way before batting practice starts, and it just goes on throughout the entire ball game, night in, night out. It's a real grind, but this is the sort of thing that goes on before batting practice starts. Here is exactly the way I'd like you to have your thumb positioned on a given pitch. This is Nick Tropiano earlier today, and Brent Strom doing his thing, and this goes on daily with every one of the pitchers on the staff.
They may be working on the curveball there. 3-2 to Castro here. That can be very important work, especially this time of year.
You know, and I say that I isolate on the pitching coach, the hitting coach, and you've got multiples. They're back constantly. If you ever played this game and you spent that time in the batting cage picking up baseballs or out on the field picking up baseballs, that's what a batting coach goes through non-stop working on those swings. And there are the two guys, John Maley with Brent Strom. And again, John's got some assistance, but man, it's a tireless job. And you can hear throughout the games the voice of Brent Strom. He is in on everything that goes on.
Castro's down on strikes. 7 punch outs for Salazar. Astros have struck out 43 times in this series in 3 games and a little bit more than a half of the 4th one. Marisnik is 2 for 2 tonight. A bunt single and the RBI hit up the middle in the 4th inning. A session like that, we'll say, for a guy like Mark Appel, could really go a long way, though, because it's a low pressure time of year. And it's easier for players to absorb what they're being taught, not having to go out and face hitters anytime soon.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Hadn't really stopped to consider that. I think any time a minor leaguer comes to the big league team and gets some work in, he feels like others are watching him, and that can be high pressure on its own, and that can be a good thing.
Runner going. Here's a throw on Carter, and it's there. They get him. And it's no runs, 1 hit, nobody left after 6, 1-0 Astros.
And join us at Minute Maid Park for the Badges and Bases 10K 5K run presented by the Astros Foundation and the Houston Police Foundation next Saturday. That's the 27th. There's a kids fun run for ages 12 and under, and all participants will receive a commemorative t-shirt. Register rather at astros.com/race. And put a smile on your face while you're at it.
The cutie. 1-0 Astros. 10 straight Indians have been set down by Mr. Feldman. Family having a good time at the ballpark tonight. Feldman has 11 ground ball outs in this game. And not that many balls have been hit terrifically hard off Scott tonight. He goes to the 7th inning with this 1-0 lead, facing the 3-4-5 hitters Brantley, Santana, and Kipnis. Brantley's 0 for 2. He bounced into a double play and he grounded out a second time. Feldman delivers ball 1. Scott on the first year of a 3-year contract, signing as a free agent during the offseason. This Houston rotation has improved so much since a year ago. Feldman a big part of it. Lined out to right field, Marisnik over. If the ball's hit, by the time most fans look up, Marisnik is moving.
That's the truth. He's a very athletic guy. I've said it a number of times, but bigger guy than I thought until standing up next to him. I could really see him as that wide receiver you were talking about, but boy, I really like seeing him in this Astros uniform playing in the outfield. He is exceptional defensively.
Santana's coming up next. Santana 0 for 2. Altuve's well out into right field. And a lot of that positioning has to do with the hitter's speed or lack of same. So he's playing deeper than he would on a lot of guys, but Santana's not fast, so Altuve, even though he's out there in shallow right field, can throw him out from there.
Sometimes you get that slow ground ball in that position and you have to charge like a madman to make the play.
Yeah, that's a troublesome play. There's Petit with the catch. A slow grounder because he's so far out into right field.
Do you know what? This is turning into another Scott Feldman night, and he has been exceptionally good for the club.
Now Kipnis comes up. Kipnis struck out and he grounded out. Altuve made a fine play to get him in the 4th inning. Now Feldman making his 28th start of the year. Has gone over 170 innings for the season tonight. Curveball's been good. That's been an excellent pitch for him this season. He hasn't always had it working the way it is tonight. He spent some downtime in April with biceps tendonitis. Gets a swing there from Kipnis, and it's 0-2.
Well, you know this is max out effort by the Indians. They are right there where they're ready to be phased out, but they're not ready. They want to keep it going.
Yeah, you know, some of us were talking about September baseball before the game tonight. You have a series like this one. The Astros playing loose and easy. Same thing with the Rangers. They swept Oakland. Rangers are playing loose and easy. And that's not at all surprising this time of year.
Yeah, you would think that team with the incentive is the club that has the advantage. Maybe not.
Petit with the throw. Ends the top of the 7th inning. That is 13 straight Indians retired by Scott Feldman with a 1-0 lead.
Season's final home game. 10,000 fans will receive a 2014 team poster courtesy of the Houston Chronicle. Also, every half inning, we will be giving away prizes to lucky fans throughout the ballpark. Come early and get your 2014 2014 team poster. Tom Lawless, very complimentary of Jake Marisnick this series as the young player continues to mature. In this game, he's got the only RBI so far, and he said he's redeemed himself after his blurb he had during the Angels series, dropping that fly ball. But he says he's proud of how he plays the game, and he goes, you know, that's the way baseball goes sometimes. If it happens 25 or 100 more times, he knows he's going to catch a baseball. Marisnick has also talked about how he seems to be getting more and more comfortable with the more chances he gets, which is a good opportunity he's had since coming over from the Miami Marlins organization.
Thank you, Layla. Marisnick leading it off here in the home 7th inning. The fans have had their stretch. And the attendance has been announced, 16,417. Marisnick 2 for 2, a bunt single and the RBI hit in the 4th up the middle, and he was at the plate when Carter was thrown out trying to steal. So he gets a fresh count here in the home 7th, and it's ball 1 from Salazar. Salazar had 90 pitches for the night, 63 have been strikes. And Marisnick said he was recruited by several of the major colleges out west, UCLA, Oregon. Oregon was willing to let him play both baseball and football. But he decided to drop football as a high school senior to get ready for baseball. And he was a 3rd-round pick in '09 by Toronto after going to high school in Riverside, California.
It's in the process of working out for Jake.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
You know, you get that opportunity to be drafted and play in the minor leagues, and you hope to succeed all the way. Then you finally get to the big leagues, and you still have to do it again.
Strikeout number 8 for Salazar.
But he appears to be well on his way.
Tough night for the hitters. The Indians had 2 hits off Feldman. The Astros advantage 5 hits, all singles, one of them a bunt off Salazar. Singleton has whiffed twice tonight, looking for a birthday hit. Nick Hagedorn, a lefty, is at work in the bullpen for Cleveland. Strike 1 to Singleton.
Yeah, at some point here for John Singleton, he's going to have to find something that clicks to get to the major league fastball.
Well, you'd think that he could seek some counsel from Chris Carter in that regard.
No kidding. And, you know, we showed you what Chris Carter has done since that early part of July. There's the pitcher's view to John Singleton, and only the pitch up and away has been hit hard and consistently by John. Then you turn to the changeup and the swing and the miss, but the fastball seems to always be in play against John, and that's the dangerous thing. Most guys, you try as a major league hitter to have at least that ability to drive the fastball, challenge the pitchers to then figure out how to pitch you. That's one of the ways they come, high and hard against Singleton.
2-2. It's been a rather odd combination of statistics on him. With the low batting average, he still has walked 50 times. That strike 3 call. That's 9 punch outs, 3 of those Singleton.
And again, a fastball just shot right through there. And maybe John was guessing otherwise. Hard to say, but that's a must-need fixing right there.
With 2 strikes, can you guess?
You have to be kind of wide open with 2 strikes. You can kind of lean in one way, but you've always got to be able to cover the fastball. It's reacting to the other pitches.
Ball 1 to Dominguez with a strikeout and a fly ball to right tonight. One ball, 1 strike. There are some lengthy slumps for these Astros hitters. Singleton now 0 for 19. Dominguez now 0 for 19. Maybe that's not lengthy. What would you define as a lengthy slump?
Yeah, that's a good question. Everybody hates an 0 for 4. I mean, that can feel lengthy. Then you start doubling it. You go back-to-back games without a hit. Now it starts to feel pressing.
Liner to left field. Brantley back. Brantley up. For the catch. Boy, it looked like that might get over his head. Domingo did hit that ball squarely, but it's a 1-2-3 seventh for Salazar and a 1-0 Houston lead.
It's not so much a big hit, but who is the big hit? It's been Scott Feldman. On the mound, it has been all Scott, holding the Indians scoreless throughout 7 innings, just a couple of strikeouts on the night. He's had a double play behind him. There have only been 2 hits against Scott Feldman tonight as he continues to pitch great and winning baseball for the club. This was crucial that Scott got over early and got John Singleton to refocus and get the ball to first base. Scott Feldman pitching like an ace of a staff.
2 hits allowed through 7 innings, walking 1. He's fanned 2. He has a 1-0 lead facing Yan Gomes in the 8th. Gomes is 0 for 2. Nobody currently at work in the Astros bullpen. See somebody getting stretched out there. And it's ball 1 to Gomes. Washington won at Miami tonight 6-2. Gio Gonzalez going to 9-10 with the victory, giving up 2 runs in 7 innings. Rafael Soriano got the final 3 outs, but he is not acting as closer lately. He lost his job to Drew Storen. 1 ball, 1 strike. There's a good article in USA Today by Paul White about closers on the contending teams and those who have been removed from their jobs recently. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Seems to happen every year, doesn't it?
It does. Boy, it's a critical time though for Brad Ausmus with the way Joe Nathan.
They need somebody to be able to at least plug for some period of time that role, or a very good team is going to go by the wayside.
Upstairs 3-1.
Who do you see for the World Series this year? I mean, you could have that LA World Series with the Angels Dodgers. You could have the nation's capital area thing, Orioles and Nationals.
Yeah.
There's some intriguing stuff out there.
Really is. Yeah, we don't often get matchups like that. Never as far as a Beltway World Series. Fly ball left field. Robbie Grossman. 1 out.
I guess it's still conceivable that you could have the Bay Area Giants, A's.
Still possible. Tigers have a half-game lead over the Royals. 5.5 on the Indians. And Joe Nathan has 7 blown saves for Detroit. So that's a real dilemma for Brad. David Murphy's the batter. He has a double in 2 trips. He lined hard to Altuve his 2nd time up. There's strike 1. Paul White wrote in that article today that the last 7 years, the closers for the World Series champs went 38 for 39 in save opportunities in the postseason the year they won the World Series.
Wow.
38-39.
Well, you're taking a select group of teams that didn't lose. They kept going on through and winning, so it would seem logical you'd have success there.
True. But Nathan of the Tigers has 7 blown saves. Trevor Rosenthal of St. Louis has 6 blown saves. That would be of concern. 5 other closers on potential playoff teams at this point have 5 blown saves. So picture that, all these closers who are struggling in the postseason. Fouled away. So it's hard to answer your question based on all these guys who can't close out games.
Yeah, where's the answer for those clubs? And they're all doing everything they can to find somebody to bridge the, well, it's not bridging the gap, it's to close it down. Where are the lockdown guys these days?
Ooh, that's close.
Boy, that's a great effort by Feldman.
2-2 to Murphy.
David Murphy was not confident as this ball was into the catcher's glove.
No.
Shouldn't have been.
No, he was not. 3-2, but to try to answer your question, yeah, the Dodgers seem about as good a choice as anybody if Dan Herron can be that number 3 starter in the playoffs, because now Ryu is hurt. It's going to take more than 2 starters to win a World Series. Bouncer up the middle. Petit. 2 outs.
So here's the deal, Brownie. It seems to me like maybe the World Series winner this year could come from a list of guys on the DL presently. Just go ahead and throw them all together. They don't have to wear the uniform of their own club right now, and just assemble and go win the World Series.
Well, I don't think I can answer your question right now about 2 teams in the World Series. It's a jumbled picture.
Yeah.
It's too hard to pick a team. Now, a lot of people would go with Baltimore as of right now.
I think they've got too many big injuries to deal with. Big issues.
Yeah. They've got Chris Davis, for one.
They do.
They don't have pitchers who have exactly been there in the postseason either.
Does it matter that you've been hard charging to this point here in the last month of the season, like the St. Louis Cardinals? How about the quiet Pittsburgh Pirates, a team that they've just kind of gotten there this year? No fanfare.
They could do it. And Rodney of Seattle has 45 saves. He and the Mariners will be here tomorrow night. That's a strike. 2-1. Rosenthal of the Cardinals and Craig Kimbrell of Atlanta have 44. Greg Holland of KC with 42. Kenley Jansen with 42 for the Dodgers. So those are some of the elite closers around right now. Whether they would be in the World Series or not. K-Rod of Milwaukee has 42, but starting pitching really has to be outstanding for a team to win the World Series.
And yet I've heard some people through the years say, and I don't know if I agree or disagree, that you can put anybody in that closer's role. It's just 1 inning. Just get somebody that's pitching decently at the time.
Now 3-2.
Just seems to be something about that closer's role. It's very unnerving late in the ball game. Tight games.
And now you add to the mix being in postseason play. This crowd behind Scott Feldman tonight, leading 1-0. And it's a bouncer up the middle. Altuve backhand and can't get it. On through into right center. It got by Petit as well. A seeing eye hit for Chisenhall. And a 2-out single, hit number 3 of the night for the Indians.
Well, it sure looked to me like Altuve was going to get to and backhand this ball. But in running hard to his right, unable to bend over enough to have ball find glove.
And it sneaked through. That means J.B. Shuck will bat. Shuck has grounded out twice. There have been 13 ground ball outs by Feldman in this game. The Angels certainly look good with their 95 wins. They might be a pick of a lot of people for the American League representative in the World Series. But Matt Shoemaker is not 100%. He came out of that last start hurting a little bit.
And they're already without Garrett Richards. I'm not wild about their starting rotation at this point heading into the postseason. I love their offense.
That's ball one to Shuck.
And other than the Tigers, maybe the Orioles as well. Those are the three teams that you could say you would anticipate getting offense from as you go into postseason play.
I still think the Cardinals will be very good in the postseason, though.
I think there's a lot of logic there. They've been kind of the tortoise this year. Got off to the slow start and just kept plugging along.
The Yadier Molina influence is so big with that club.
Yeah, it is. Mike Matheny, whether it's him or not, he hasn't messed things up there, that's for sure. It's kind of sometimes what you look at with a manager.
They've got some dominant arms in that rotation. Adam Wainwright and company. Now Castro and Feldman talk it over with a count 2-0 on Shuck. There's Frank Trevino. He's getting a lot of shots up. Wonder if he's getting pics of all the camera guys.
What if he's going to be the Mako big hit of the game at some point?
Well, he might be. Tony Sepp is warming up in the Astros bullpen. There's a fly ball out to center field. Dexter Fowler going for it, and Fowler is there to end the top of the 8th inning with a score of 1-0 Astros.
Of the 8th, and as promised earlier in the game, we have the AT&T fan photo of the game. Tonight, Hector Ruiz tweets a picture of his beautiful family on the ball field. Tweet your photo using hashtag CSNHFanPhoto for a chance to be shown in an upcoming game broadcast. It is brought to you by AT&T. Now let's send it across the ballpark to my buddy, Howard Chin.
All right, thanks a lot, Layla. Well, earlier we asked y'all on Twitter, what's the next milestone you want to see the Astros accomplish, whether it be individual or team? Astros fan in exile, she tweets from Maryland. She tweets Altuve is going to win the batting average title. So now what I want to see is a Keuchel no-no. He's good for a no-hitter. Juan Baby J13 tweets 70 wins. The Astros have played great baseball, and to see them win 70 wins this season would definitely put Houston on the map. Thank you very much for tweeting me at Ho-Chan CSN. Guys, over to you.
Thank you, Howard. This could be win number 68. It's 1-0 Astros as Salazar works to Gregorio Petit. And he hits it to center field. Michael Bourne waiting. One out here in the home 8th inning, and Robbie Grossman will follow. And now Terry Francona is coming out to the mound. He's had Brian Shaw working in the bullpen. Salazar 104 pitches. Now he has a lefty as well. Hagedon had been throwing earlier, and he's going to go with the lefty, so Grossman will be batting right-handed. Tremendous game for Salazar and these Cleveland starters. 4 for 4 and pitching well in a 4-game series. 1-0 Houston in the 8th. Back in a moment. Altuve and Chris Carter have been wreaking havoc on the American League wildcard race. They'll get one more chance in their final home series of the year against Cano and the Seattle Mariners. Pre-game live starts tomorrow night at 6:30 p.m. only on Comcast Sportsnet.
And now a look at tomorrow night's pitching matchup presented by Chevron. Care for your car. It'll be Taijuan Walker, young right-hander who we saw initially last year. Spent some time on the DL. Great stuff. 1-2 with a 2.96 ERA. The whip, not at all like I would have anticipated with Walker. Brad Peacock is healthy again, hopefully, for another start here. 4-8 on the year, 4.80 the ERA. Whip at the 1.5 mark. 5 innings and 1 earning in his last start, but he has been skipped for a few days.
Mike Aviles had reported at second base when this bottom of the inning started. Now here's Robbie Grossman against Nick Hagedon. Bunted in the air and back over the screen. There's strike one. So Terry Francona with this move getting the lefty Hagedon in the game. Calls on a pitcher who's 1-0 with a 2.14 ERA. And he turns around Grossman, who's hitting .210 as a right-handed batter. Hagedon worked Monday night. In fact, he faced Grossman and struck him out looking. And he's 1/3 of an inning in the Astros 3-1 win Monday night. He throws that one in at 95 and it's 0-2.
Yeah, I wonder if this is a face one-man scenario and bring in a righty to face Altuve.
I'm guessing it would, since Altuve's hitting over 400 against lefties this year.
And therefore, unless the bullpen guys for the Indians need work, and oftentimes it's the case this time of year, I'm kind of surprised that Francona otherwise didn't just go with his right-handed starter. Very impressive, Danny Salazar.
He sure was. Gave up 5 singles tonight. One of those a bunt hit. Got a complete game, of course, from Carrasco last night, so he has a rested bullpen. 2-2. How about these 4 starts in a series? McAllister Monday night, 6 innings, 2 runs. Kluber Tuesday night, 7 innings, 1 run, 14 strikeouts. Carrasco last night, 9 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 12 strikeouts. Salazar tonight. Fly ball to right field. Shuck over near the line. And tonight Salazar 7 1/3, 5 hits, 1 run.
To your point, Brownie, the eye test has even been better for me. You can look at the numbers, and they're great, and there's no question. But watching these guys that have gone to the mound as starters for the Indians, very, very impressive.
Hagedorn gets the only man he's asked to get. Shaw will be coming in with a score. Houston 1, Cleveland 0. Right-hander Scott Atchison. It's Atchison and not Shaw coming out of the bullpen. And Atchison at 66 games is 6-0 with a 2.63 ERA. Facing a man who got a triple off him in the Monday night Astros win. And he could be the latest in the line of Venezuelan batting champs. It'll be either Altuve or Victor Martinez this year. It was Colorado in 93. It was Maglio Ordonez of Detroit in 07 at 363. Carlos Gonzalez of the Rockies in 2010 at 336. Miguel Cabrera the last 3 years in the American League.
Yeah, that's rather impressive. And how about what the country of Venezuela is doing? They are turning into the batting champions.
Altuve is 0 for 3 tonight. He tripled up the right field line Monday night off Atchison. Line drive out to left center field. Bradley over. Bradley with the running catch to end the 8th inning. Altuve 0 for 4 tonight. 1-0 Astros moving to the 9th. Oh, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. 1-0 ball game through 8. These Astros fans have their paraphernalia ready to go to root for Scott Feldman here in the 9th inning. as he tries for a complete game shutout. He has 1 complete game shutout this season, 2 complete games period. He's given up just 3 hits through the first 8.
Top of the order for him from the Tribe. One of those 3 hits has come from this portion of the order.
So 4 times in his career he's gone the distance. Michael Bourne first up, 0 for 2 with a walk. Dominguez in tight at third. Singleton is shortened up at first. Thinking the bunt is a possibility, and there's ball 1 to Bourne.
Pretty good looking curveball right there.
Fly ball out to left center field. Fowler going back for it. This could shoot the gap. It does. It goes and bounces high and then out of play. Bourne still running to third base, but that ball disappeared from play. Fowler threw his hands up in the air. And now the second base umpire is going to run out and make a ruling, Angel Hernandez. And he's saying that it's going to be an inside the park homer for Michael Bourne. The ball was on the warning track, and Fowler threw up his hands wanting the call that the ball was out of play, but it was there on the warning track. So the Indians have tied this game on a Michael Bourne inside the park homer. Now Tom Lawless is coming out.
I believe Angel Hernandez pulled that right out from underneath that padding. Now this is not the way you anticipated this inning started. Where did that ball go when it bounced? Oh, it comes. I see. Now that should be out of play.
Yeah, they've got to look at this.
Yeah. That needs a review.
Yes. It disappeared. It looked like it dropped on the other side of the fence into the bullpen. Then it rolled out from underneath the fence. So this will have to be reviewed, and it should be a double.
You can't blame Fowler for feeling like the ball had left play somehow.
Well, of course, outfielders are schooled to throw up their arms to indicate to the umpire that they can't get the ball. Now, the umpire need not make that call, but in this case, it would be justified, it appears. He has left.
There goes the baseball, but it will drop right from the bottom side of the pad. But Dexter's not looking down there to begin with. He's aware of one thing, that is that the baseball's gone.
Angel Hernandez closer to you there, and Larry Vanover, the crew chief, is the other umpire with the headset on.
I think the umpires are going to agree here.
It's a double. Michael Bourne with his 15th double of the year will be placed at second base. See, it disappeared from Fowler's view. Apparently dropped back behind and then rolled out from underneath. Whatever the case, it was not reachable for Fowler. Now Francona's out to argue his point. But I don't see how the umpires could allow the ball to be in play if it disappeared behind that padding.
No, obviously Fowler quit because the ball was lost. It was gone. And then to react when you see it suddenly come out of the Game Boy down at the bottom, then that wouldn't be fair at all defensively. Nonetheless, the leadoff double, right. Brownie sets up the Indians very well for this 9th inning.
Exactly. Still a big threat for them. As Bourne is at second with nobody out, and Ramirez coming up, and then Bradley, who's the big threat in their lineup, and possibly Santana. So Bourne now will go out to second base and represent the potential tying run. And now Tom Lawless may make a pitching change here. Walking out toward the mound. 99 pitches for Feldman. That's going to be it for the Astros starting pitcher.
Oh, that's a tough way to have the 9th start.
Fans acknowledging an outstanding job tonight by Scott Feldman. Going 8 innings plus. allowing just 4 hits, leaving with a 1-0 lead, and we'll be right back. Cleveland Indian reliever comes in now to try to shut off the Indians here in the 9th inning. They have a threat with a leadoff double. He is 4-2 with a 3.28 ERA. He's 4 for 5 in saves.
Look at that, 24 hits allowed in 46 2/3 innings. Very impressive mark. It's reflected in the opponent's batting averages against. And right now it's one of those times where not only would you like to get that first out without Bourne being moved to third base, bottom line is you've got to keep Bourne from scoring here in this ninth.
Sip is pitching for the first time on this homestand. He worked 4 times on the last road trip. Most recently against the Angels, closing out a 6-1 win on Sunday. And now here's Ramirez. Jose in this game 1 for 3. The Astros expecting him to try to bunt Bourne to third base. Singleton and Dominguez are on the grass at the corners.
Matt Dominguez drawn in, but he's got to be aware of getting back to the bag in the case of a steal attempt.
Sip turning back toward Bourne at second base. Bourne with 10 steals in 16 attempts this year, not doing much running at all. The left hamstring has really slowed him down. Brantley's on deck, a left-handed batter. The bunt is a beauty. Dominguez into barehand, throw on the run, and that is in time. Altuve with the play on a one-hop throw. They had to work hard to get out number 1, but Bourne is sacrificed to third, and Terry Francona may challenge this.
What a play by Jose. Now Matt Dominguez makes a really good play. That's a tough throw to come up with, but it's even tougher, I would assess, for the second baseman trying to pick this thing and hold on cleanly. And I think that's what Terry Francona is going to question, is whether it was cleanly caught. In fact, it was awfully close at the bag. Got so focused on Altuve picking this thing and maybe didn't notice how close the play was.
Ooh, really close.
Ooh. Yeah, if the umpires determine that this gets turned around, the Indians are going to be in some kind of great position.
They'll have first and third and nobody out if the call is reversed. It appeared that Francona had a very big point in challenging this one. Take a look at the foot of Ramirez.
Second time for Ramirez tonight. He goes beyond the front of the bag. Boy, that's about as bang bang as it gets, and with that being the case, it's kind of hard to overturn this, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Dominguez really had to hurry. Very well placed bunt by Ramirez. This is a specialty for Ramirez. If it's a sacrifice, it's his 14th of the year, and he's among the leaders in the American League in sacrifices.
This is what Matt Dominguez was facing. That's just a do-or-die play. And then Altuve on the other end. Excellent defense. Is it enough? I think the umpires in New York are giving this their very best look.
They'll have different angles.
I don't think you can overturn this one.
It's hard to see that clear and convincing evidence it would take to overturn it. It was really a close call.
Oh, man, they have overturned it.
So the call is safe at first base on the overrule. And Francona wins a challenge. Both managers have won challenges here in this inning. It'll be a bunt single rather than a sacrifice for Ramirez. Runners at first and third, nobody out.
It's a second review hit of the night for Ramirez.
Now a real dilemma for the Astros. Brantley, the batter. Brantley is 0 for 3 tonight, but Brantley is the leading hitter in the American League with runners in scoring position, 366. Petit and Altuve are a double play depth. Ramirez, the runner at first, has 8 stolen bases in 9 tries. And it's ball 1. There's only been a 148 batting average against Tony Sipp. Second lowest among American League relievers. Feldman gave up the leadoff double to Bourne.
One way to approach this is, and you're facing a really good hitter in Brantley, but the strikeout pop-up scenario is huge. Then you can play for the double play with the much slower-footed Santana that follows.
He swung. 1-1. The Astros haven't won a 1-0 game since the 2012 season. Santana's on deck. Chad Qualls has been bothered by a hip problem lately. Sipp has been coming in for more save opportunities and converting them since late August. That was close.
Wow, all of a sudden things have, on the tight side, gone against Houston here in the inning.
Vic Carapazza calling that one ball 2.
35 come from behind wins for the Tribe this year. So this is nothing new for them.
Ground ball. Singleton's got an out if they execute. Dominguez onto the plate, and the tag on Bourne by Castro. 1 out. Runners at first and second now.
John Singleton has been hesitant numerous times so far this year when he's got to play other than the routine play at first base. But not so right here. That was aggressively performed and just beautifully done. No guarantees right here. If he throws home, likely Bourne gets back safely to third. And you won't see a lot of first basemen make this throw across to third. Well done.
Castro with a tag on Bourne. 1 out.
You know, the other guy that deserves credit there, Matt Dominguez, got rid of that ball very quickly to the plate.
Tony Sipp is being taken out of the game. And Chad Qualls will be the man with runners at first and second and one out when we come back with the Astros up 1-0 in the ninth.
Song killing in the name of in the ninth inning. Astros lead the Indians 1-0. And Qualls has been a huge help for Mike Fulton-Nevich. He told me before the game, after pitching a perfect 1 1/3 inning last night against the Indians, that Qualls has helped him learn how to become a better reliever. Fulton was a starter before he became a reliever, of course, and said he didn't know how to quite utilize his warm-up well enough, especially when it came to the length of innings. And he said guys like Qualls helped him manage how to do that, how to warm up properly, using about 15 to 20 pitches in the bullpen before the 8 he gets on the mound. And it's starting to show, guys.
Well, those 8 warm-up pitches are certainly really a key for any reliever coming in this situation. He knows he has 8 more when he leaves the bullpen. Qualls, of course, knows that as well as anybody. He's 1-5 with a 3.51 ERA, 18 for 23 in saves in his 55 games.
Big time for the ground ball to get the double play right now. Santana doesn't run that well, but take note what left-hand hitters have done. 302 against Qualls on the year.
Santana is 0 for 3. Runners at first and second, 1 out. Ramirez at second and Brantley at first. In Qualls' career, he has more double play balls than any other active reliever, 92. Santana has grounded into 12 double plays this season. Qualls saved the 3-1 win over Cleveland Monday night. In the dirt for ball 1.
Boy, that block by Castro is crucial. That can get overlooked so quickly, but that keeps the runners at first and second. Anything else? Ball slips by, kicks to the side, and you've got the Indians with runners at second and third, and you force the hand of Tom Lawless to probably walk a man intentionally.
Qualls had had 9 days of rest because of a right hip problem when he took the mound Monday night. In tight for a ball and makes it 2-0. Santana takes ball 3 with Kipnis on deck. Qualls is best among American League relievers in walks per 9 innings. 0.92 walks per 9. And he's fallen behind 3-0. Now to Santana. Laced into right center field. The tying run comes to the plate, and it's 1-1. Ramirez scoring from second on the RBI single by Santana. His 82nd run batted in. Finally stopped at second base.
Yeah, this base hit as much about the count as anything. Falling behind 3-0, taking a strike, and then getting one up through the plate. Marisnick making sure to keep that throw down where the runners can't move up another base.
Brent Strom comes out.
Boy, with that out started by John Singleton, the opportunity was presented for the Astros to get out of the inning.
Now there will be a bottom of the ninth. The Astros will have Fowler, Carter, and Castro due up. They're 3, 4, 5 hitters. Santana's tied it at 1. The Astros now have 24 blown saves this year. That's tops in the American League. Mike Avila is the batter. He had replaced Kipnis at second base. So that's to the Astros' advantage right now in terms of percentages. And Avila's taking there, looks at ball 1. 244, 5 homers, 35 runs batted in. Villas has had 315 at bats this year. Fly ball out to right field, moves Marisnick back deeper. Runner at second is tagging. Here's a catch by Marisnick for out number 2. Bradley goes to third. Yan Gomes due up next.
That flip-flop at second base has gone on for the Indians and Terry Francona throughout the series. And I'm not sure why, because as you implied there, Brownie, the bat of Kipnis would have been seemingly a big plus for the Indians here in the 9th inning.
Apparently he's a little banged up. So Feldman takes a walk along the bench in this 1-1 game. It's Qualls versus Gomes now. Gomes 0 for 3, but he's had big hits in this series. Both starting pitchers really outstanding tonight. Salazar for Cleveland, Feldman for Houston. Gomes looks at it, and it's ball 1.
Come on.
Indians now have 6 hits to the Astros 5. Indians have a pair of doubles. The Astros do not have an extra base hit in this game. Gomes looks at a strike to him, the count at 1-1. Qualls has 3 career appearances against the Tribe, but no wins or losses, 1 save. He's given up 1 run in 3 innings against them. Grounded foul. Kipnis has been bothered by a right oblique, so that may have something to do with his removal from some of the games in this series. David Murphy's on deck. Gomes is a strikeout victim to end the top of the 9th inning. The Indians tie it with a run on 3 hits. They leave 2. It's 1-1 going to the bottom of the 9th. Fowler, Carter, and Castro duo. Who got the final out, retiring Jose Altuve in the 8th, has stayed in. Atchison will work to Fowler, Carter, and Castro here in the Astros 9th inning. Atchison, a very interesting story. 38 years old, and he made the club out of spring training, and then they signed him to a contract extension about a month ago through 2015 with an option for 2016. He's been that impressive after pitching earlier in his career for Seattle, San Francisco, Boston, and New York. 49th round draft choice of Seattle in '98. He's from Denton, Texas. Went to Woodlands High School and then on to TCU. Fowler has a walk and a single, 1 for 2 tonight. He looks at strike 1. Scott Feldman went 8 innings, allowing 4 hits and 1 run with 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. Fowler takes a look at it. It's 1-1. This Cleveland bullpen has 32 wins to lead the American League. It's a 2-ball, 1-strike count. 3.20 ERA for the Tribe's relievers. Fowler grounds one up the middle, and there's a hit past a diving Aviles into right center field. Fowler on for the 3rd time tonight, and twice he has reached leading off innings.
Chris Carter's been okay in extra inning play. Of course, we're not there yet, but Chris Carter had a game winner against Arizona June 12th, and that was in the 10th inning. And Dexter Fowler, who's already aboard, rather excited with his teammates there for Carter's big swing. Astros looking for a replay of that one.
Carter had a hit in the 6th inning to right center field. He's 1 for 3. And there's ball 1.
You know you're not going to have Carter bunt. There's going to be no hit and run right here. If there's any running game, it's all on Dexter Fowler's part. Wide open right side for Chris.
There's a 1-hopper to short. Ramirez to second, and Aviles on to first. 6-4-3 double play.
Nobody better ever say this game is fair. Get a ball like that on a hop. shouldn't be a double play in terms of what a hitter's trying to do, but it's the simplest double play they can get.
He's hitting in tough luck in this series. Terry Francona makes a pitching change. Atchison leaving the game after 1 inning, allowing 1 hit, no runs. And it'll be Jason Castro due up next. The Tribe wants a different hurler. We'll tell you about him in just a moment. Number 4 comes out of the Cleveland bullpen. He is Mark Zepchinski, 29 years old, 0-3 with a 2.91 ERA. So about 40 hits, 43 in the third innings. It'll be lefty on lefty as he faces Jason Castro. And in those matchups, Zepchinski has been excellent this year, Ash.
Yeah, not many of those hits allowed to left-hand batters. 172 the batting average there. But if you can get some right-handers to the plate, they've had a feast against him. Zepchinski, also known as Scrabble.
That's quite a name. And the world learned more about him when he was pitching for the St. Louis Cardinals in postseason play in 2012. And also the year before in 2011. He was in a World Series in 2011 with the Cardinals. Went to the NLCS with them in 2012. Castro takes strike 1. Jason's 0 for 3 tonight. Zepchinski was acquired in a mid-season deal by the Indians from St. Louis last year. No balls, 2 strikes. Mark was drafted by Toronto in the 5th round in 2007. The Astros have 17 wins in their final at-bat this season. Castro up the middle, shortstop's right there. He boots it but recovers and gets him. Extra innings at Minute Maid Park tonight to decide Game 4 of this series through 9. Indians 1, Astros 1. Brought to you by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. And with the extra innings, the Astros go deeper into their bullpen. Lefty Kevin Chapman comes in. He'll be pitcher number 4 for Houston. Chad Qualls went 2/3 of an inning, allowing 1 hit, no runs with no walks, 1 strikeout. Chapman's 1-0. His ERA is 5.94.
Pretty consistent lefties and righties against him. Key is making sure to throw strikes. 10 walks allowed in 16 2/3 innings, but he has been better in that regard since rejoining the club.
He's had some good outings recently. Chapman pitched a scoreless inning Monday night against the Tribe, giving up 1 hit, having a strikeout in that game. That was a 3-1 Houston win. And he got a hold in that one, coming in after Colin McHugh had worked the first 6 2/3. Colin left with an injury on a Chisenhall line drive off his left wrist area. Chapman retired the first 3 he faced. Then he gave up a single to Brantley before leaving the game. Chisenhall there on deck, and we'll get Jesus Aguilar pinch hitting for David Murphy to lead it off here in the 10th inning. Aguilar's had 27 major league at bats this season with a 148 average, no homers, 2 runs batted in for the big slugger. Aguilar's 24 years old, from Jose Altuve's hometown, Maracay, Venezuela. He looks at ball 1. He is 0 for 1 in this series. Last year he had 105 runs batted in for AA Akron. He looks at a strike. 1-1. Well, the Indians have played 42 one-run games this year. Fly ball. Fowler over toward right center. There's 1 out for Chapman. They're 22-20 in those 42 one-run games. Not to say this will be decided by 1, but they've played a fair number of extra innings as well. They're 11-7 in extra inning games. Astros 6-4.
You get a game like this, and scoring can seem like almost an impossibility at times. You get that pitching just cruising along. It's hard to foresee how you wind up winning one of these games and how you play it. You play small ball, you get a big swing.
Chisenhall grounds to Altuve, down on a knee. 2 out for Chapman. Now we got a pinch hitter for J.B. Shark. It's going to be Holt batting for him. Tyler Holt. He's hit lefties well. 13 for 36 overall, at 286 hitter with 2 runs batted in, but his average of 361 against lefties has gotten his manager's attention, and he's 2 for 3 in this series. Holt takes it, and it's ball 1. Shark was 0 for 3. Holt is from Marion, Indiana. He went to Florida State, drafted in the 10th round by the Tribe in 2010. He scored the game-winning run against the Astros in Cleveland after getting a pinch hit in the 9th. 1-1. He was called up in August and got his first major league hit August 13th against Arizona. He was at AAA Columbus much of the year after starting at AA Akron. It's a 2-ball 1-strike count to Tyler Holt. Led all the Tribe minor league players in stolen bases this year with 31. Michael Bourne's on deck. The count goes to 3-1 on Tyler Holt. Sip went 1/3 of an inning. He allowed 1 hit, no runs. Fly ball goes up the right field line. Marisnick hustling over for it, but it's out of play.
Come on, Chappie, come on.
3-2. Scott Feldman was charged with a run. Michael Bourne had led off the 9th with a double. He reached 3rd, and then he was thrown out in a rundown between 3rd and home.
Come on, Chappie, come on.
Ramirez had reached on a hit, and he then became Feldman's runner. That's the way it works with the official score. Foul ball back. Quite a night, though, for Scott with 8 innings of 4-hit, 1-run baseball. Coming into this game, the Astros starters were 8-4 with a 2.12 ERA for the previous 16 starts. So with Feldman's work tonight, they have 13 quality starts in the last 17 games. Fly ball out to right center field. Marisnick over. Chapman makes quick work of the Indians in the top of the 10th. Now the Astros have Marisnick scheduled to lead it off in the bottom of the 10th. Singleton and Dominguez to follow in a 1-1 game. Has 1 error. We go to the bottom of the 10th inning, and Tyler Holt stays in the game to play right field after pinch hitting for J.B. Shuck. He made the final out of the top of the inning. Now that turns it over for the Tribe bullpen again, and pitcher number 5 comes in. He's Brian Shaw. Shaw 5-5 with a 2.75 ERA.
And the left-handed bats have had a much better time against Shaw. Right-handed bats a miserable time. Time to get somebody on board, push him around, and get him in.
Sounds like a plan.
It's the way I formulate my extra inning offenses.
It's exactly the way you put your game plan together for an extra inning game.
Actually, I hate to ever think that way, but right now I'm thinking that way.
Well, Shaw had a rough weekend in Detroit. A few days ago, he had a blown save and a loss in a 5-4 Detroit win on the 13th, and then the next day, another blown save and a loss. Back-to-back games there. Not going well at all for Shaw.
3 times the charm.
Marisnick fouls it straight back.
Good swing by Jake.
And we ripped it right back. Just missed it by what? Fraction of an inch.
That's all it takes. But I like that type of swing coming out of Jake Marisnick. If he's going to be a right fielder, possibly even a center fielder, you'd love to have that guy that drives the baseball.
Singleton's on deck. Then Dominguez is due up. Broken bat fly ball, and Ramirez is out. That's 1 out for Shaw. Zepchinski retired the only man he faced, Castro. John Singleton gets another opportunity on his 23rd birthday to bat. He is 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts tonight. That extends his hitless slump to 19 at bats.
Breakout time.
Wouldn't that be a great thing for him on his birthday? Dominguez on deck. Shaw delivers strike 1.
Yeah, if you happen to be in the camp that says left-hand hitters like that down and in pitch, that was it.
Shaw's given up 2 home runs to left-handed batters. He cuts that one in, and it's a foul tip. 0-2.
I could hear that little sound. At least I perceived that I did.
Yep. That's certainly what Vic Carapazza went by, it appeared. The go-ahead home run Shaw allowed Saturday was to left-handed hitter Alex Avila of the Tigers. This time he gets a punch out, and that's 4 for Singleton in this game.
I don't think things are fun right now at this moment for John.
That's the 10th strikeout for Tribe pitching tonight. 46 strikeouts in 4 games for the Astros. Matt Dominguez is 0 for 3. Hit the ball well in the 7th inning, lining out to Brantley in left center.
Come on, Mingo. Come on, kid.
Petit is on deck. It's a smash. What a play here, and Aviles with the long throw robs Dominguez to end the 10th inning with the score. Cleveland 1, Houston 1.
Innings are brought to you by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
Well, it's been anything but wild around here. A very tame ball game as far as offense goes. Indians 1, Astros 1. Top of the 11th coming around for Kevin Chapman. He had a 1-2-3 10th. He's pitcher number 4 for Tom Lawless in this game. And he gets the top of the order here in the 11th inning. Bourne, Ramirez, and Brantley due up. Those guys made something happen when they tied the game in the 9th. Bourne led it off with a double to left center field. It was later thrown out in a rundown between third and home, but Ramirez was to score the tying run after his bunt single. Dominguez is in to try to take the bunt away at third. Bourne squared around but took ball 1 high.
Stay on top of it now, Chappie. Come on. Come on, Chappie.
Dodgers and Cubs are in the top of the 8th now at Wrigley. Los Angeles 6, Chicago 4. Dodgers just got a 5 spot in the 7th. Bourne takes a look at that one. After squaring, it's 1-1. Zach Greinke got batted around by the Cubs tonight, giving up 4 earned runs in 5 innings. Cubs have some exciting youngsters they have called up here in September. It's 1-2 to Bourne.
They say this Baez kid will vie with George Springer for biggest swing in the game.
Javier Baez, shortstop. He has 2 hits tonight. Yeah, he lets the bat fly. Bourne bounces one. Dominguez comes after it. Throws on the run and gets it. 1 down for Chapman, who's retired 4 in a row.
Where was that to start the 9th inning?
Yeah. Got himself in a hole squaring around a bunt a couple of times. Jose Veras is getting loose for Houston. Big right-hander working as Jose Ramirez bats. Ramirez has a couple of hits tonight. He pulls one and it hooks foul. Strike 1 to Ramirez.
Impressive quick bat for a guy who has 1 big league dinger.
Bounces this one foul. No balls, 2 strikes. Cubs have Jorge Soler in right field tonight. He's another of their top prospects. He's hitting .368 for them. Fly ball at the right field line sends Marisnick over, but it's out of play for him. Not for that fan, though. Excellent catch.
Yeah, he made the catch, but ultimately he's got to start moving his feet better, a little earlier.
Does he?
Utilize the feet, get under the ball, and make it look like you've done it before.
Well, he brought his glove, and he was in a good spot.
And he got a kiss.
Something Major League outfielders usually do not experience after they catch fly balls. 0-2 the count still. The Cardinals tied the Brewers with 2 in the 8th inning. They're now in the middle of the 10th, tied at 2. Kyle Loesch started for Milwaukee and gave his former club, the Redbirds, just 1 earned run in 7 1/3 innings. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, occasionally players used to get kissed on the field. Remember Morgana, the kissing bandit?
Yes. I remember Morgana Nolan Ryan incident.
Rolled out to shortstop. Petit with the throw. 2 outs. Yeah, that was a good one.
You know, Nolan was generally pretty stoic and deeply involved in the game, but he got into that one. That was very good.
That looked like it had been planned.
Yeah. Not sure Nolan was in the planning session.
No, but
played along well.
Didn't he go down on a knee for that one?
Yeah, he did. That's right.
Michael Brantley is 0 for 4 tonight. Morgana was married to an umpire, correct?
That one I don't recall.
I think I'm thinking of somebody else. There's a strike. Dick Stello was married not to Morgana, but someone else. That's what I had confused.
Dick Stewart.
No, Dick Stello.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Remember him?
Yes. I was just kind of halfway in between there. Jeff Blum made sure to notify me that we're up for about 15 innings tonight.
Well, he usually does notify us of that when he's not involved in any way.
Yeah, he's got a little ritual on the road that I am so peeved at.
That's into right field. Michael Brantley extends his hitting streak to 9 games with the additional at bat here, extra innings.
Man can hit.
He can also run. And he has 22 steals in 23 attempts. Carlos Santana was headed for the box, but now he sees Tom Lawless walking out to the mound. Veras has been warming up. And Chapman has now faced 6 men, so the move will be made to the right-handed pitcher, Veras. He'll be number 5 to work for Tom Lawless tonight. Indians about hit the Astros 7-6. Chapman got 5 in a row before Brantley singled to hasten this pitching move. And we'll be right back with Veras pitching to Santana in a moment.
Talking about J.R. Quiggs?
Quiggs.
I don't know.
Monocular man. Here is Jose Veras coming in. He's pitcher number 5. And he will inherit a runner at first and 2 outs in the 11th inning in a 1-1 game. With the Astros, he's 4-0 with a 2.25 ERA.
206 opponent's batting average against. He's been good. He's been a solid performer since joining the club. 2.25 the ERA.
Carlos Santana with the shift on will come to the plate. He tied the game with a single in the 9th inning. Santana 1 for 4 tonight. The RBI earlier was his 82nd of the year. Brantley does not measure a big lead there at first, but he is a threat to go and does draw a throw. That 22 for 23 stolen base performance, Brantley is second in percentage of steals in the American League. It's ball 1. Veras joined the Astros in late June. After being released by the Chicago Cubs, the Astros quickly signed him because he had performed so well for them last year. Santana 1 for 2 with a homer off Veras. Looked like a pitch out, and it's 1-1.
Watching Brantley, I wasn't so sure that he wasn't going to try to do the delayed version of the steal.
Yeah.
He started hopping away from the bag quite a good distance.
Veras has put together a very good run of work with a lot of scoreless appearances since August the 10th. 11 games without allowing a run. And a throw to first base. Sends Brantley back to the bag.
Yeah, Jason Castro can easily see that large secondary lead. Here's what's going on. That extended lead, and then a good effort by Jason.
Now the count has reached 3-0 here on Santana. Felix on deck. The Rockies got 2 in the bottom of the 9th and knocked off Arizona 7-6. LaTroy Hawkins, the former Astro, winning that one. Michael Kadire hit his 8th homer.
Wasn't today LaTroy's 50th birthday?
That's ball 4. And the Astros showed really nothing as far as giving Santana a pitch to hit there. They just kept pitching out.
That seems very odd, though, because in the process, you put a speedy guy in scoring position at second.
Right. Maybe they prefer this righty-on-righty matchup rather than the power of Santana facing Veras.
Wow.
But it did not appear they wanted to throw a pitch that he could hit. Certainly now Aviles, who hit a fly ball to right field in the 9th inning, comes around for the 2nd time tonight. And perhaps it was just that Tom Lawless did not like that matchup. Strike to Aviles with Gomes on deck. The Astros have Petit, Grossman, and Altuve due up in the bottom of the 11th. Ground ball left side. Dominguez, good pickup. He got caught between hops, but he charged the ball. Made a nice play to make it a scoreless 11th. No runs, a hit, 2 men left. 1-1 going to the bottom of the 11th inning. Take a look at it. Gregorio Petit.
September 14th against the Angels. This was a 3-run jack. And the reason the Astros were able to win that ball game, Gregorio Petit showed some, I don't know if you want to say rare power right there, but for a little guy that's vying to maybe have a chance to be shortstop start of next year, that's an impressive swing.
That made it 3-0 Sunday in the 2nd inning, and the Astros went on to win it 6-1. See if he can do something else that's instrumental in a win here.
Aside from that game, you go back to September 5th when the Astros hit 2 home runs at Oakland. That was the first game on that 9-game road trip. First game in Oakland. They hit a couple of home runs in that game and won since.
They have hit a drought. Petit is 0 for 3. Astros with 6 hits tonight, all of them singles. They have stranded only 4 through 10 innings. The Indians have left 7. Third baseman Chisenhall even with the base for Petit. Shaw at 94 miles per hour, throwing ball 1.
What does a rally look like?
Well, it could look like a home run.
That's right. You can have that one swing rally.
2 balls, no strikes. Shaw had a 1-2-3 10th inning. Shaw is 26 years old, born in Camp Pendleton, California. Went to Cal State Long Beach, second-round pick of Arizona in 08. That was upstairs. Petit went for it. 2 balls and a strike. This is Shaw's 5th appearance of the year against the Astros. Strike makes it 2-2. The Tribe bullpen has had a lot to do with their 78 wins this season. The relievers, as we mentioned earlier, have 32 of the victories, and they've also done a great job of not allowing the runners they inherited to score. In fact, the best job of any team in the American League in terms of stranding runners. 78% have been stranded.
Now, we just talked about that home run drought for the Astros. They are still 3rd best in the league behind Baltimore and Toronto in terms of home runs. So a lot of clubs are scuffling.
Oh, you're right. That's surprising because the Astros ranked 3rd a long time ago, and then they've hit this lull.
You know, the Astros have hit more home runs than the Tigers, the White Sox, the Angels, the Oakland A's, Yankees, on and on. Really amazing.
That is surprising. Robbie Grossman's on deck with Petit awaiting a 3-2 pitch. And struck him out. Punch out number 2 for Shaw, number 11 for the Indians. Robbie Grossman is 1 for 4 tonight. He's singled in the 5th inning. Padres lead the Phillies 4-1 in San Diego. They're in the top of the 8th. Bobby Erlin started that game against Kyle Kendrick. Strike to Grossman. Alexi Amarista hit his 5th home run of the year. The Astros will be playing the clubs in the NL West next year in interleague play. Grossman with a shot just about exactly where he hit his ball in the 5th inning for a single to right center field. 2 hits tonight for Grossman. And Altuve will bat.
You could see that little cutter slider like spin on that baseball. Left up through the heart of the plate. Robbie Grossman had a nice response.
Altuve is 0 for 4 tonight. Grossman has 7 stolen bases in 9 tries. They have been steady Altuve supporters for a while, adjusting the numbers as he tacks on more hits.
There haven't been many lulls for those folks either.
No, they've had steady work. Tonight, as you see, he's made contact all 4 times. Altuve fouls it back. There's strike 1. That would be quite a feather for Altuve and the Astros in the club's cap after not having had a batting champion. This is the 53rd year of the Astros, but it's going to take some work between now and the end of the season a week from Sunday. Victor Martinez, a very formidable hitter. 1-1. Seattle nothing. The Angels nothing. They're in the top of the 6th now in Anaheim. King Felix is in control, but Wade LeBlanc is pitching extremely well against him. Mariners will be getting in here wee hours of the morning.
Hopefully we'll be home by then.
Taijuan Walker will be their starter tomorrow night. He's probably here in town already. And it's Brad Peacock for the Astros at 7:10 tomorrow night. Altuve hangs it up to right center field. Avila's twisting and catching it. And fires back to first. It was certainly in doubt. The way he reacted as the ball got close to landing, he was twisting and turning, and it looked like it might fall in.
Yeah, when all said and done, this required a very nice play. That had a legitimate chance to drop.
Yes, it did. Now 2 outs, and it's Dexter Fowler. Fowler has 2 singles and a walk tonight. Chris Carter's on deck. Shaw with a throw to first. Grossman beats it. Well, with Oakland losing earlier today to Texas 7-2. The Angels in the last 38 days have picked up 16 games in the standings on Oakland.
That would not have seemed possible a month ago.
No. Ball 1 to Fowler. And now, will Oakland even make the playoffs? That's a legitimate question. Beginning of the day, Kansas City and Oakland were tied for the 2 wild card spots in the American League playoffs. Seattle trailed by 2 games. Fowler looks at it. It's a strike. 1-1 now. The Yankees have fallen out of things, certainly, as far as the playoff run is concerned. They're only 3 games above 500 coming into tonight. They won. 2 balls and a strike. It was 3-2. The Yankees beat the Blue Jays at Yankee Stadium.
Hasn't turned out to be a sprint to the finish line for Derek Jeter in that final year.
No, he had a long 0 for it. Finally broke that. There you see Kansas City, then Oakland, and Seattle only a game and a half out. 3-1 now to Fowler. It's just hard to process what's happened to Oakland since acquiring John Lester. And at that point, the trade deadline, July 31st, people seem to be handing the AL West to the A's. Fowler goes to a 3-2 count now.
Well, they were kind of the model of what a championship team was to look like. They were leading in pitching, leading in run score. They had by far the best run differential. And they had done it the last couple of years.
Derek Jeter hit his 4th homer of the year tonight. He went 2 for 4. He's now hitting .250. With a .303 slugging percentage this year for Jeter. Runner going on 3-2. That ball's hit in the air. Michael Bourne back into center field. To end the 11th inning with no runs a hit and a man left, we go to the 12th. Cleveland 1, Houston 1. Scott Feldman. He took a 1-0 lead to the ninth.
Really good. 8 innings of work for Scott. 4 hits allowed. The 1 run against him, and that sets up with that leadoff double in the 9th inning, what almost was an inside the park home run. But this was no, this is not the play. John Singleton, though, made a key play, at least at the time, looked like it would be. Scott Feldman, along with the bullpen, real solid. But Danny Salazar was up to the task tonight. 7 1/3, 1-run ball for him, 9 strikeouts. That starting pitching for the Indians has been dynamite here in the series. That fastball is alive.
So those are the lines for the starters, each surrendering 1 run. And 9 strikeouts for Salazar through 104 pitches. Feldman through 99. And then the bullpens took over, and now we go to the 12th. Yan Gomes to lead it off against Veras. Kevin Chapman worked an inning at 2/3. He allowed 1 hit, no runs, with no walks, no strikeouts. Veras came in. He walked Santana, then he got Aviles on a ground ball to 3rd. That's strike 1. So the Indians, needing to really win and then get some help, are hanging right in here. They'll be at Minnesota tomorrow night. They'll have Trevor Bauer against Phil Hughes. CC Lee warming up for the Tribe. Breaking pitch works for strike 2 for Veras.
I don't think Yan Gomes agreed with that call.
Nope. Body language would indicate that he did not. That's a foul ball, and he stays alive, and no balls, 2 strikes. So Yan Gomes. Indians signed Gomes to a 6-year, $23 million contract. They've locked up some of their key young players. They did that way back in the 90s when John Hart was their general manager. Gomes is down as a strikeout victim. That's how the 12th inning starts, with punch-out number 1 for Veras, number 4 for Astros pitching.
That good fastball that starts away, runs back to the corner. Gomes a good fastball hitter, but can't come up with anything here.
Jason Giambi's the pinch hitter for Aguilar now. 143, 2 homers, 5 runs batted in an injury-riddled season for Giambi. He was hit by a pitch and suffered a broken rib. Giambi takes a look at it, and it's ball 1. He's had an illustrious career. Well over 400 home runs for Giambi. He is 0 for 3 as a pinch hitter this season. Last year, he had 186 at-bats with Cleveland. One ball and 1 strike. 440 home runs to be exact for Giambi, 5th among active players.
Once upon a time, one of the most feared hitters in all of baseball. That was a few gray hairs ago, though.
Now 43, second round pick in '89 by Oakland. Just off the plate. 2 balls and a strike. Giambi has, throughout his career, had a very good knowledge of the strike zone. He's walked more than 1,300 times. Count runs his way to 3 balls and a strike. belonged to the Yankees after winning MVP honors with Oakland in 2000. He stayed with the A's for a few more years and then joining the Yankees in 08. Had a 32 home run season for them. Then he went back to Oakland and moved on to Colorado. Now it's a full count. Monty Chisenhall's on deck. Pittsburgh down Boston 3-2 in Pittsburgh tonight. Pirates are looking good for a playoff spot as of right now. That's ball 4 to Giambi. He draws a 1-out walk. Walk number 2 for Veras. There'll be a pinch runner at first. Zach Walters. Walters started the game Monday night. Came out with an oblique problem. But that will give Terry Francona more speed at first base. The potential go-ahead run represented by Walters. And Chisenhall, the batter. Chisenhall's 1 for 4. Garrett Cole won his 10th for the Pirates when he beat the Red Sox 3-2 tonight, beating Brandon Workman. Mark Melanson got his 30th save. Former Astro. Starling Marte with his 13th home run for the winning Buccos.
You know, Brownie, I'm a little surprised that Walters didn't come on as the pinch hitter, as the guy that could get that one swing and launch one. Got a nice little string going when the Astros were in Cleveland.
That's true. Strike to Chisenhall. It must be that oblique that forced him out of the game Monday night is causing an issue with him swinging the bat. He started that game, came out after 2 at-bats Monday night. One ball, 1 strike. This time of year, usually players are not placed on the disabled list because rosters have already been expanded. So there's no need to replace someone with a healthy player. Maybe just add somebody else if they want to, who hasn't been a September call-up to this point. Back into the seats. 1 and 2. You know, we usually talk about the playoff rosters, and somebody has to be on a major league roster before September 1st to be eligible for playoffs, but it doesn't always hold true. There can be another type of replacement of somebody who's in the organization and not on the major league club September 1st, depending on the injury situation.
Looks like the Indians have brought their drummer boy with them.
There's another foul ball. Goes over to first. This time of year, boy, a manager can have a field day with pinch hitters, pinch runners, relief pitchers. Every major league club in September very well stocked for anything that might come up in an extended extra inning game. And Chisenhall strikes out. 2 outs. Second punch out for Veras.
Good slider down and in. Nice bite.
Tyler Holt comes up. In the 10th inning, he pinch hit for J.B. Shuck and hit a fly ball to right field.
Ronnie, I think it's time to lower the mound again.
I agree.
Except for those who are trying to save the elbows or trying to raise the mound.
Yeah, it's too tough to score.
Let's get Bob Gibson to weigh in on this.
Too hard to win a game in extra innings, Ash.
Every team other than maybe the Angels recently that we've been seeing talking about, well, you know, our club has been pitching well, but we just can't seem to score runs.
A universal complaint.
Come on, Hosey. Come on, kid. Come on, Hosey.
It's a ball. 1-0 to Holt. Have you seen a trend back towards small ball the last few years with it getting harder and harder to score?
I think a bit. The trend has gone to the taking game, the drawing walks. And statistically, again, I'll just say it doesn't appear to me that it's working. But you do see a little bit more of the bunt. I can't say we see a whole lot of the hit and run. I don't know if we're ever going to see Nellie Fox choking up the bottle barrel bat again.
Yeah. Can't see that happening. 2-0.
Come on, Hosey. Come on, Hose. Come on now. Here we go.
You know, the ballparks were different in those days too, though. You had ballparks that were quirky and advantageous for home run hitting. Yeah, maybe advantageous for extra bases with some big portions of the ballparks.
Fowler out into center field. Ends the top of the 12th inning with no runs, no hits, and a man left. It's 1-1. A little dancing in the stands as the Astros come up in the bottom of the 12th inning. Chen-Cheng Lee, CC Lee they call him, is on the mound. He's pitcher number 6. 1-1 with a 4.56 ERA, and with the 27 hits allowed in 25 2/3 innings. Not quite the hard thrower that we have seen earlier in this game. Shaw in 2 innings allowed 1 hit and no runs with no walks. He struck out 2.
Start looking at the home runs allowed numbers right now. They're pretty standard for Chen. 3 homers allowed in 25 2/3 innings. Just above 1 per 9 innings. But you got the big man coming to the plate.
Chris Carter is 1 for 4. Infield shifts around on Carter. It's been Salazar, Hagedorn, Atchison, Zepchinski, Shaw, and now Lee for Terry Francona. The Astros have gone with Feldman, Sipp, Qualls, Chapman, and Veras. Lee pitched Monday night. Delivers ball one there. He pitched scoreless baseball for 2/3 of an inning, gave up a hit to Gregorio Petit. He's from Taiwan, was on their 08 Olympic team. And signed in 08 as a free agent with Cleveland. Drops down on that pitch, inside at 92 for a ball. 2-0. Lee had 8 games with the Tribe last year, was at AA Akron and AAA Columbus most of the season. He had Tommy John surgery in 2012. 2 balls, 1 strike to Chris Carter.
If you're in a tough spot as a pitcher, you fall behind 2-0 on a home run hitter. That last pitch was an ideal location.
That one wasn't. It's 3-1 now, but maybe the next one will be. Carter hit a walk-off homer in the 10th inning here, June 12th. He has a walk. That's the way the home 12 starts. And Castro will come up. He's 0 for 4.
So hard to consider taking Carter out for a pinch runner, but they're going to do it anyway. When you have that shot where you might need the bat again later in the ball game, like we're not late already.
Jonathan Villar will be the pinch runner now. There could be an injury here. Terry Francona coming out along with one of the athletic trainers for Cleveland to talk to Lee. Villar's getting loose. And you're right, Ash, you hate to lose the bat of Carter in case the game does wear on. But in this case, he's led off the inning by reaching. And it's this message, okay, we're going to go for it right here, guys. So we're going to get a speedy runner on. And we're thinking this game is not going to proceed past the 12th inning.
Yeah, you take that gamble with the leadoff walk and you say, okay, right here is where we win it. We'll do it with some speed on the bases. And you hope that you don't have that spot come up to the plate again.
Villar has 15 stolen bases in 19 tries. Castro gets in the box with Marisnik on deck. Third baseman Chisenhall is on the grass. Castro showing bunt, takes ball one.
You work on laying down a couple of bunts all year long if you're Jason Castro or anybody, but sometimes your heart's not in it. You figure you're not going to be asked to bunt, and suddenly here's Castro in extra innings asked to lay down a bunt.
He has not sacrificed since August 28, 2012. Takes that one, and it's 2-0. And now they may take the sacrifice off. Felix running into the mound. Castro hit a game-winning homer in the 11th here on the 27th of June. Now Francona's coming back out, and it looks like he'll make a change right here. Something is not right with Lee. Earlier visit to the mound with an athletic trainer, and that's going to do it for Lee. So someone will be inheriting a 2-0 count with a runner at first, nobody out. When we come back with a score, Cleveland 1, Houston 1. At first, nobody out here in the 12th inning with the game tied at 1. Crockett is 3-0 in his rookie season. His ERA is 1.69. Whip 1.12. He's done quite well with 6 walks in 26 2/3 innings. Ash.
Yeah, the left-hand hitters you can see have struggled. 217. And I'm asking myself, how do you play this if you're Tom Lawless? You got the 2-0 count on Jason Castro. Do you take the bunt off for a pitch and enable Castro to swing or take a pitch and then possibly go back to the bunt?
Good question.
I'm glad it's him and not me.
Well, Crockett has held left-handed hitters to a 217 batting average. So a bunt may still be in order. We're about to find out. He came up from Double-A Akron in mid-May to the Indians. Made his debut May 16th. He was optioned back down to Triple-A and bounced back up again. And there's the throw to first.
That looked like one of those throwovers that's designed to get a glimpse as to what Castro's intending to do.
Yes. Very deliberate. Crockett was just drafted in 2013 in the 4th round from the University of Virginia. Born in Newport News, Virginia. Still bunting, and the pitch is ball 3, so Castro hasn't seen anything he likes to bunt, and he's seen 3 pitches.
What Jason's done well is pull the bat back 3 times when the pitch wasn't in the zone.
Risnick is on deck. When Crockett pitched here Monday night, he pitched to one man, retiring John Singleton. Gets that in for a strike to make it 3-1.
So no bunt on the 3-0. Do you go right back to the bunt with 3-1?
Well, that would be a good guess, because of the lefty-on-lefty matchup here. But that was the case with the righty-on-lefty matchup before. He puts down a beauty. And the out at first on the sacrifice bunt by Castro. Advances VR. 1 down.
Professionally done by Jason Castro. Very nice. Now VR is the man in scoring position. And, you know, there have been times in the past where he's even gotten reckless on the bases. You wonder, could the running game come into play?
Well, there may be a red light on. Sometimes that is what a manager does when he doesn't want a base runner to get reckless. Here's the situation. Marisnick, the batter. He is 2 for 4 with an RBI in the 4th inning on a single. Singleton on deck. Brad Mills, the bench coach for Terry Francona, the former Astros manager. Mickey Callaway is the pitching coach for Cleveland.
You know, I think the Indians look at this like, let's get a big out here in Marisnick, and then you can go after Singleton, who's in a major scuffle.
Makes sense. Well, the middle infielders seem to be confused. They were going to the bag on that pitch.
Looked like they thought they had a pickoff play on at second base. And if you're Jake Marisnick, I think you also have to understand this scenario. Put a little extra on your shoulders.
Marisnick checks a swing on that one. The count runs to 2-0 as he tries to make the Astros winners in the 12th inning.
If you're Jonathan VR, you have to understand that any base hit that gets out of the infield, you have to score on. So that's in part about the speed, but it's also about that secondary lead at the bag.
Now an intentional walk is going to be ordered here. There's ball 3. When Marisnick did not chase the first 2 pitches, that decided it. And it'll be lefty on lefty with 2 men on and 1 out. And Dominguez would follow. So 2 stone cold hitters here, but Singleton is being called back now.
I think Terry Francona had to anticipate that this was a major possibility here.
Singleton 0 for his last 20, being pinch hit for by Jesus Guzman. Guzman with a 190 batting average has had 163 at bats. Josh Tomlin warming up now for Cleveland. He's a right-hander, so there could be a move to bring him into this game. The swing percentage is back Terry Francona's way. Guzman is 1 for 15 pinch hitting with 1 RBI. The Astros have been a woeful pinch hitting team for the season. They're hitting 123. They have 8 pinch hits and 65 at bats off the bench. Dominguez is on deck. Guzman has not had much playing time lately. He's on the disabled list, came off on August 19th after missing 15 games with back spasms. He is currently 0 for his last 8. This is his first plate appearance in this series. He looks at it, and it's ball 1 to Guzman. Strike makes it 1-1.
It's a rather deliberate delivery there by the left-hander. But for VR, the lead is not very large. Avila's playing fairly near the bag to cut down that lead.
Guzman's a 30-year-old veteran. He's from Venezuela. Played with the Padres the last 3 years after having a few at-bats with the Giants in 2009. Chance for him to have one of his best at bats of the season right here. He's been used rather sparingly. Just 1-2.
VR a little bluff there in a look that says I might be going, and it had Marisnik ready to go. He was watching VR closely.
Guzman has had 2 starts in the month of September, going 0 for 8 in those 2. Guzman is retired on strikes. That's out number 2. Strikeout number 12.
Not very good when you're the right-handed bat on the bench. Come in and you get a left-hander and have that kind of AB.
With 2 outs, it's Matt Dominguez. 0 for 4 tonight. 0 for his last 21 now. Dominguez drove in the winning run on a walk-off game. May 14th here. He takes strike 1. Petit is on deck. VR takes off for third. There's a bouncer slowly hit. Aviles comes in, throws to first, and gets him. And it looked like we would have had an interference call anyway there on Marisnik. In any case, it's no runs, no hits for the Astros. We move to the 13th inning, and it's 1-1. Pinch hitting for John Singleton. On that last play in the 12th inning there, the ruling by the umpire at second base, Angel Hernandez, was that the base runner Marisnick interfered with the second baseman Mike Aviles. So they put out his rule to have gone 4 unassisted. They did make contact with each other. And the fielder has the right to come in and make a play. Marisnick collided with him somewhat. I think it was kind of a brush as Marisnick was trying to get past him to second, but that was the official ruling. So out number 3 had already been called before that throw went to first base. Ash.
Yeah, and it is incumbent upon the base runner to enable the defensive player to make the play. It was intriguing that it was actually Marisnick who went down and not Aviles, the second baseman.
Yeah. Samuel DeDuno, a 2-5 pitcher with a 4.71 ERA, is pitcher number 6 for Tom Lawless tonight. Michael Bourne leads it off in the 13th. He had a 9th inning double. His only hit tonight. Fouls it away. They strike 1 to Bourne.
DeDuno has been okay in terms of hits per inning. Just about 1 right on that mark, but a lot of walks to go with it, so a lot of base runners.
DeDuno acquired on waivers from the Twins. Throws a pitch in the dirt, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Known as a guy with a power sinker, good arm. And the Astros have used him a couple of times. He was claimed on waivers on the 30th of August. There have not been a whole lot of opportunities, though, for him to pitch. Throws a strike there, and it's 1-2 on Michael Bourne.
Yeah, benefit of a high strike zone right here. A spinning breaking ball of some sort that didn't want to do a whole lot.
Bourne is down on strikes. That's out number 1. Strikeout number 6 for Astros pitchers.
Good over the top job right here.
Shortstop Jose Ramirez. He has 2 of the Indians' 7 hits. Strike 1 for DeDuno. DeDuno pitched in Anaheim last weekend. Gave up 2 runs in 1 1/3 innings, but the outing against Cleveland Monday night went well, and he got a hold. It's 1-1. Samuel DeDuno.
Come on, Sammy. Come on, Sam.
DeDuno's 31 years old. He's from the Dominican. Two balls and a strike to Ramirez. He had right shoulder surgery while with Minnesota. Started 18 games for them last year. Missing there. He falls behind on Ramirez. 3 balls and a strike. Seattle and the Angels are scoreless after 7. Line shot, left field corner. Robbie Grossman over. Here's Ramirez heading for second base with a 1-out double. 8th double for Ramirez.
Pretty good looking young shortstop for the Indians. Hear people say stay on top of the ball. This is what this is. The barrel just drops from its original position and drops to the baseball. You love to see that when you're a hitting coach.
He stung it.
Though I'm not sure John Maley agrees with that right now.
Right. Now Michael Bradley will get a free pass. Carlos Santana will be batting after this intentional walk with runners at first and second, 1 out. Set up a potential inning-ending double play situation for Diduno. Brantley heads for first base. Santana tied the game in the 9th inning with a 1-out single. That was off Chad Qualls, and that allowed Ramirez to come around and score that tying run. Astros taking a 1-0 lead to the 9th, and Bourne led off that frame with a double. Santana walked in the 11th inning. Santana takes it, and it's ball 1. Cleveland 11-7 in extra inning games. Santana's worked the count to 2-0. Fowler shades a couple steps toward left center on Santana. Three balls, no strikes.
Yeah, that's what we mentioned with Diduno to start the inning. A lot of base runners, and in good part because of the walks allowed.
The Brewers and Cardinals are tied 2-2 in the top of the 13th. Santana takes a walk to load the bases now with 1 out.
What a reaction by Jason Castro. Like, what? How was that not a strike?
He's talking it over with Vic Carapazza right now.
Watch Castro's reaction. What? You didn't call that a strike?
Brent Strom goes out. Aviles will be the batter. He came in for Kipnis, and he's 0 for 2. Yan Gomes is on deck. Aviles has grounded into 10 double plays this season. 317 at bats. Mike's 33 years old. He came up with Kansas City after they drafted him in 03 in the 7th round. He looks at strike 1.
Good sinking action on that heater.
Aviles would be thinking that he would like to get a pitch that's elevated so he could at least drive it for a sac fly to give his club the lead here. Sinker might turn out to be a double play ball. He puts it in the air to right. Marisnik charging. Marisnik with the catch. Here's the tag. And the throw to the plate is offline. It's 2-1 Cleveland. Ramirez comes home to score on a sac fly by Aviles.
Now the Astros, if you're going to have to get that fly ball, and this was shallow, they want Marisnik to get that ball. He has by far the best arm out there, and he's been accurate, but not here. Able to come toward the plate, making the catch, and then the throw just simply yanked.
Yeah, if it's on target, it gets him probably. 2-1 Cleveland, and the runner at second also tagged Michael Brantley and went to third. Runners at first and third now for Yan Gomes with 2 outs. Runner takes off for second, and there is strike one without a play on Santana. Rule the stolen base for Santana. That's his 5th of the year. Out towards center field. Altuve tracks it down. The Tribe breaks the tie with 1 run on 1 hit, leaving 2. We go to the bottom half of inning number 13, 2-1 Indians. The Astros get a shot in the bottom half. They have scored on a Marisnik single in the 4th inning, and that's been the extent of their scoring tonight. Bill Brown, Alan Ashby, Layla Rahimi, and Howard Chen with you tonight from Minute Maid Park for the finale of this 4-game series. And with pitcher number 7 coming in, he is the closer, Cody Allen. Allen's done a nice job this year. That was not the original plan. John Axford had been in that role early this season, but Allen had been primarily a setup man last year and had done well, so he's slid into this closing role and going 21 for 24 in saves. Ash,
it's that right-handed pitcher that dominates left-hand hitters. Lefties hitting just 128, usually some kind of a changeup, splitter, something happening there, but just 3 blown saves in the 24 opportunities.
He's actually pitcher number 8 tonight for the Tribe, not number 7. Marwin Gonzalez will be coming up to pinch hit for the Astros for Gregorio Petit. Petit was 0 for 4 tonight. So the Astros get the switch hitting shortstop up to the plate to try to trigger a rally of their own in the 13th inning. Marwin hitting .270, has 6 homers. He's driven in 23 runs. He's had 274 at bats this season. As a pinch hitter, he's 1 for 8, and he's driven in 2. Chisenhall is camped on the grass at third base. It's foul back for strike 1.
Ooh, that's alive. 96, just a laser beam coming in.
All this from a 23rd round draft choice in 2011.
It's hard to believe how those guys slip through.
Isn't it though? Cody's 25. He's from Orlando, Florida. Tough pitch. 0-2. This is the 5th time he's faced the Astros this year. In that 3-game series in Cleveland in August, he had a win, a loss, and a save. And he got another save as the Tribe won a game a couple nights ago. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That was the 4-2 win Tuesday night for Corey Kluber. Allen went an inning and a third to get that save. He came in with 2 men on in the 8th inning and retired pinch hitter Jason Castro. Gonzalez strikes out. That's 1 out.
Well, we saw 3 very good sliders down and in. Now, that's not what I was looking for there. That pitch should actually dominate the right-hand hitters. I'm trying to see what it is that's setting Allen apart on the lefties.
Last year, Allen struck out 88 in 70 innings. Robbie Grossman has 2 hits tonight and 5 at-bats. He looks at ball 1. In tight to Robbie. 2 balls, no strikes. Jose Altuve will come around again. He's 0 for 5 tonight. Line shot into center field, and the Astros get a man on. Grossman with his 3rd single of the game is aboard for Altuve.
Remember that outfielder last year that came on strong at the end? He's doing it again.
Yeah. Looks like September hitting.
Scalds that linea to center. So much better from the left side of the plate this year than last. Right side was his dominant side.
Altuve 0 for 5 tonight. He's grounded out once, hit the ball in the air the other 4 times. 7-game hitting streak on the line. He's had 7 straight multi-hit games, in fact. There's ball 1. And during those previous 7 games, he went 15 for 30. Big week for Jose, passing Craig Biggio's club record for hits in a season. Jake Buchanan's warming up in the Houston bullpen. He has a chance to continue this 13th inning rally. One and one. He's talked about, well, of course, it was a great moment for him to break the club record, but then getting back to winning and that being the main focus. So now that's what certainly comes into play here with Dexter Fowler on deck. Double play depth for Ramirez and Aviles. Michael Bradley is well over into left center field. He went fishing for it, and it's a foul tip for Altuve. Couldn't lay off the outside breaking ball. It's 1 and 2 here.
That's a tough slider. And again, to me, that's the pitch that would dominate the right-hand hitters. And you see that rare reaction from Altuve.
That's a good point. Altuve puts it in the air to right field. Tyler Holt waiting. 2 down.
That's a long over for Jose Altuve if nothing changes here on the evening. Got a fastball up and away, and he's been good on that pitch, in or out of the strike zone.
Altuve 0 for 6 tonight. Victor Martinez and Detroit not playing. Now Fowler. Fowler has 2 hits and a walk in this game. Alex Presley comes out to the on-deck circle. Jonathan VR went into pinch run for the DH, Chris Carter. So he is in that spot in the order, but Presley will hit if the inning continues, it appears. That's a strike. 0-1 to Fowler. Fowler takes strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes.
Down to that big swing heroics time.
Looping line drive over first base and foul. A few feet outside the right field line.
That had that beautifully ugly look for a while.
Yeah, it did. That could have come in for a soft landing, and Robbie Grossman was going to get to third base at least. Indians are trying to square their September record at 9-9. Way up. 1-2 to Fowler. Allen pitched 77 times last year.
He wanted that heater up, just not quite that many stories.
Strikeout ends it. Allen nails it down, and the Indians win it in the 13th, 2-1. That's their 33rd win by the bullpen this season. The Tribe capturing 3 of this 4-game series. Final in the 13th at 4 hours and 32 minutes tonight, 2-1 Cleveland.